Good morning.
Hello, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so on the 20th of November, I purchased some tickets, well, one ticket, to see my favourite 80s pop group. They were doing a virtual gig, and there was a VIP option to do a meet and greet afterwards. And I got my ticket, and they said that before the show, you get a code, and that will give you the access. I got the code even quite late. The show had already started, so I was panicking already. And then I emailed to say, I haven't even received a code now. And they said, okay, we'll give you the code. I got it, and we put it in, and it wouldn't work. It kept coming up as no ticket found. So we kept trying a few different things, thinking, oh, maybe it's all in capitals or low caps, or maybe I've got the zero wrong. We tried everything, and nothing was working.
So sorry to cut in there, but I'm just interested to know how you thought this was going to work then. So you put in the code, and then when you say a meet and greet, so what would it give you the chance then to actually talk to your pop group on your computer screen?
Yes. Yeah, there was a section where they would, I don't know if it was before or after, they really didn't explain much. And so, yeah, you've got your opportunity for them to meet you, but virtual meet,
Right.
Which I thought, well, that's better than nothing. You know, I've been a big fan since I was 12, so.
Right. Okay. But would it be one-on-one, or would it be a whole group of, hundreds of fans all on the screen at the same time, and you get a chance to try and ask a question? I mean, how would it work?
Well, I'm not too sure. And one of the emails I sent was actually asking about that, because they really didn't explain anything like this.
So how much extra did you pay then to be a VIP?
The cost of the VIP package was £193.
And how much would a standard price have been if you hadn't added the VIP bit?
I think just for the gig alone, I think was £25.
Oh, right. Okay. So you've paid a lot of money extra to have this VIP access.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess you would hope, wouldn't you, for that amount of money, that it would involve an opportunity, I don't know how long for, but an opportunity for you to have a kind of one-on-one conversation with the band, for that amount of money extra. But yes, I mean, it would have been nice if they'd been very transparent and made it clear from the start what you could actually expect to get for all that extra money, because it does sound like it's a little bit vague, a little bit ambiguous. So anyway, you paid the extra, you got the code, but when you tried to put it in, it didn't work.
Yeah, it kept coming up as no ticket found. So I emailed them straight away explaining that, and didn't hear a thing. And there were so many other help sections, and I didn't get a response from any of them. I sent so many emails, and the next time I heard from them was actually Christmas morning, of saying it's clearly stated, no refunds, sorry for the inconvenience. And that was on Christmas morning. So I had to put on a brave face for Christmas morning to kind of act like I wasn't upset by that. I thought that was really quite heartless,
When was the gig?
The 19th of December.
Okay. And I mean, it's all well and good them saying no refunds, but hang on a minute. I mean, if you haven't had what you've paid for,
exactly,
then whether they say there's no refunds or not, I mean, that doesn't matter. You're entitled to a refund. If you haven't received what you've paid for through no fault of your own, the company can't simply write terms and conditions that break the law.
Well, that's it. It was just so upsetting, I mean, if they know that this is just one huge gamble, then they should make that clear, that because it's online, that things can go wrong technically. That I just think that they should have just made that clear, because then if someone can make that judgment on their own to say, well, I'll take that gamble. It's worth it for me or not, But it's a lot of money,
But hang on, why would this be a gamble? Because did you manage to watch the rest of the gig?
I didn't get any of the gig, none of the gig, nothing at all.
Oh, now
I even took a picture of it to prove it.
Right, and was your computer working perfectly? Your internet, you had good connection?
Yeah, we checked everything. We actually was checking all this stuff like earlier in the day to make sure that my laptop was charged, the internet was good, Made a real big deal about it because, like I say, I've been a big fan since I was 12. I spent £80 on having my hair done the day before as well. It was just so devastating. It was really heartbreaking, really. I just really had to sort of fight back the tears a bit because I just thought this was meant to be one of the most sort of exciting nights of my life. I get to meet my idol, and watching it all go wrong and there's no one helping you, it was really sad.
You had your hair... Were hairdressers open on the 18th of December?
They were, actually, yeah.
Were they?
That was before the tiers got changed.
Oh, yeah. Right, okay. So you paid £80 to have your hair done so that you'd look all nice on the screen when you got an opportunity to talk to the band. You paid all this money. You had internet access, but you just... The code did not work and you couldn't watch the gig at all.
Yeah.
Okay. The only potential fly in the ointment here would be if it was your end. So if, for example, your internet went down, and because your internet had gone down, you weren't able to then access the website and watch the gig and to put in the code and to have... That obviously is then not their fault.
Yeah.
So it would be unfair to then expect them to pay for something that wasn't their fault.
Yeah,
however,
sure.
if you had access to the internet, if the problem was at their end, in terms of their system did not, for whatever reason, recognise the code that they'd given you as a VIP member, then I don't see why you should lose all that money.
Well, exactly. And this is the thing. It's just been so horrible ever since, because naturally you're going to tell your family and friends about this night. And so everyone was all excited for me, and then having to explain that, it didn't happen. And each day of checking my emails to see if I hear from them.
And have you had a little,
horrible.
Just out of interest, have you had a little look around online to see if anyone else had the same experience?
We did, actually. When we kind of thought, well, you know what, the gig and everything is now presumably over because it got quite late. And I was using social media to see other people from like a fan page, and other people were saying the same thing, that their code was not working. Or other people had different issues, like, they can hear it but they can't see it, or they can see it but couldn't hear it. There were lots of different issues going on, so I imagine they probably got quite a few complaints.
Right. Okay. But have you got any screenshots of people saying that they too put the code in and the code didn't work?
I don't have a screenshot. I can actually sort one out because the posts and everything are still there. But yeah, you can see where other people had the same issue.
I think that would be very useful if you could do that and get that. That would help you in terms of evidence that you weren't alone. Okay. And I presume you've streamed stuff on your computer before. Have you watched programs and, have you downloaded stuff from iPlayer and stuff like that on the internet?
Oh, God, yeah, all the time.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
And you've never had a problem with any of that before?
Never.
Okay.
No.
Fine. Well, it sounds then, and particularly helpful was the fact that you emailed them at the time of the concert to tell them of the problem, because surely that demonstrates that your internet was up and running at the time.
Exactly, yeah.
They can't argue, this particular customer's internet must have been down, because how would you have been able to send that email at that time if that was the case? So...
Exactly, yeah.
We need to go and have a little word with them and find out what's going on. At the moment, it sounds like you've paid £193 for absolutely nothing, which must be very disappointing. Tara.
Hello, very upsetting.
Can we get some detail? Yep. I'm not sure there's a single band in the world that I would pay £193 to see.
No, I can't. No, I don't.
No,
I don't think that.
No.
You are obviously a very big fan of this band. I would just about do it for Harrison Ford, but that's it.
Right. If it was Harrison Ford, she'd pay, but for no one else. You must be a massive fan, Sandra, because this is a lot of money.
Oh, absolutely huge. This was like, if you could meet any famous person, like for me, this was it.
Right. I was at university with a lovely girl called Ruth, who was from Wigan. And she was a massive fan of Howard from Take That. And because, of course, they all lived in the north, didn't they? And one day Ruth went round to Howard's house and shouted through his letterbox. She opened his letterbox and she shouted, "Howard, my name's Ruth, I love you." And I can't tell you what he shouted back, but it wasn't very positive. I think she would have paid £193 as well. Look, let's go and have a word, see what we can do for you. So I'll pass you back to Tara now, OK? Now, Tom's mum had a stroke last year, and when she finally returned home 8 weeks later, she found that her roof had been leaking. Well, a building firm gave her and her son a quote for £2,000. But unfortunately, the costs kept rising.
They started immediately. Him and 3 workers, they stripped off the felt, they started replacing tiles, and he told me that it would take around a week to do. He'd begun around the 18th, 19th. It came around to the 22nd, and he started telling us that the problem was way more severe now that they had stripped off the felt roof and would cost a lot more money. And he gave us a new estimate for £8,000. He claimed that water was getting in under the tiles, and that we'd have to do a complete do-over of the slated roof. So he charged an extra 10 grand.
So he then said it was going to go up to a total of £18,000.
That's right, yeah. Water would be stopped in one area after they'd done one job, and it would begin to come in a different part of the house after that job was done. He would tell me time and time again, "I've been in this field for 30 years, I've never seen anything like this," blah, blah, blah.
Well, I went off to have a word with this man on Friday afternoon, and it would be, well, safe to say the conversation didn't go brilliantly. Tom's back on the JVS show now. Good morning to you, Tom.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning. Now, first off, I'll be honest with you, it's a bit odd, because I, like you, did a little bit of research on this company. And sure enough, when you look them up, they seem to have a lot of very happy customer reviews. A lot.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of 5-star reviews. A lot of the reviews mention this man that I spoke to personally in terms of having been so professional and so brilliant. And yet the photos that you've sent me and the photos that are available on my Twitter page for anybody that wants to have a little look. In fact, let me just retweet those photos now so everybody can have a little look. Right. There we go. So if you want to have a little look at the photos of the roof, just go to the official JVS on Twitter. The photos look like a complete and utter bodge job. The photos look as if whoever has worked on the roof hasn't got a clue what they're doing. It's a right old mess. And yet, certainly from the reviews that are written on the internet, on independent sites regarding this man and his company, there seem to be a lot of very, very happy customers. So I was scratching my head a little bit. Anyway, I called him up and he kept insisting that, as you'd already warned me, he kept saying, you know, I've been in business, I've been doing this for 30 odd years, I just can't find out where the blooming leak's coming from. It's as soon as I fix one bit, you know, and I think it's got to have fixed the leak, then the blooming water starts coming in again. He said, I just haven't been... I said, well, I'm looking at the photos here. He said, yeah, it doesn't look good, I admit. I said, well, it doesn't look good. It looks like an absolute bodge job. I mean, I'm not sure that I couldn't do a better job of doing a roof, and I haven't got a clue what I'm doing. It's a right old mess. He said, yeah, but it's not finished. He kept saying, you know, the job's not finished. I said, right, well, can I just ask you what's going on? Because you took a lot of money and then you kept asking for more and more money. He said, oh, yeah, but it wasn't just the roof. You know, they had me doing other work as well. I said, well, other work such as what? He said, well, I had to do some, loft insulation. I said, well, yes, but hang on a second. That surely was work that needed to be done after you'd fixed the leak. The fundamental problem was the leak. You shouldn't have been putting loft insulation in if you hadn't fixed the leak. He said, yeah, but I didn't know that I hadn't fixed the leak at that point. I thought I had fixed the leak. I said, well, but surely anybody who's fixing a leak, even if it hasn't rained, you get up on the roof with a hose pipe and you test it. You don't start then redecorating inside or lining the loft with insulation if you're still not 100% sure you fixed the Anyway, he was swerving here, there and everywhere during this conversation, to be honest. I said, well, it's outrageous the amount of money you seem to have taken from this customer. I think actually, am I right in saying it's even more than you mentioned to me on the programme? Because I've got down here that you've paid about £23,000.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's a huge amount of money you've paid. And many people who've looked at the photos, people who know about roofing, have said there's no way that work is £23,000 worth of work. Anyway, he then started saying, oh, yeah, but I was there all the time trying to do this. I was trying to get this fixed, and I was even there on Christmas Eve. I said, yes, you were there on Christmas Eve. It would appear still not having fixed the fundamental problem that the customer employed you to do. And he kept trying to deflect the conversation to make me feel sorry for him, as if, poor chap, he's had this, terrible wasted opportunity. I don't feel sorry for him at all. He's taken £23,000 from your mum.
That's what he was doing with us all month, yeah.
He's had a nice little earner from your mum, and he hasn't fixed the fundamental problem. So I didn't feel remotely sorry for him, and I made it quite clear. Anyway, what was rather interesting was he said, well, look, I've agreed to give some of the money back. I said, have you? He said, yeah. He said, I shook hands with Tom on Christmas Eve, and I said I'd pay back £10,000. I said, right, okay, well, where's the £10,000 then? He said, oh, well, I didn't have it confirmed. I said, but you just said you shook hands with him. If you're telling me that you shook hands, that to me suggests that you reached a deal with the customer's son on Christmas Eve that you'd pay back £10,000. Where's the £10,000? I mean, for me personally, I think he owes you a lot more than £10,000. But if you agreed to £10,000, he should be paying you back £10,000. He told me on Friday afternoon he was going to call you to discuss paying you back the £10,000. I said, well, that's good, because I'm going to be talking to Tom on my programme on Monday, and I hope that Tom will be able to inform me that you have not only spoken to him, but you've also paid him back the £10,000. Did anything happen, Tom?
Yes, while you were calling me, he was calling my mum, and then eventually I got hold of him. Mm-hmm. We had a bit of aggressive back and forth, I'd call it, and then I told him that I'd rather have 15 grand than 10 because of the state of everything. Mm-hmm. He was happy to do half, which is now 11.5 grand, but obviously we clashed there, and now we've had a few more phone calls and we've settled on 15,000. So that's as much as I can get out.
So he's agreed he's going to pay you back £15,000.
Yes, with a few formal letters and, in formal writing. Yes, he says he'll agree to it.
Right. You've got that written down.
Yes.
When then? When are you going to get the money? Because you need to get someone good now who knows what they're doing to sort this roof out, because it's a right old mess.
Yeah, we've been in contact with my mum's house insurance has a legal team that they pay for. We've been in touch with them, and I've written down that if it's not paid immediately, we'll be straight in contact with them again and pushing for more. So really, at this point, it's all on him.
The bizarre thing, as I say, is that it's just so odd, because normally with someone like him and the way that he was slipping and sliding all over the place to try and excuse having taken all this money from you and having done what looks, even to an untrained eye, like a complete and utter bodge job, it's just very odd that so many people seem to have reviewed him so highly. I can't quite work out what's going on. It's something doesn't add up. It's very strange.
No, I had the suspicion that it was a case of typically he does do jobs properly, and that he thought he saw an opportunity here to,
But that's odd. Because,
yes, it is
because
odd.
someone who knows how to do roofing, who typically does good work and gets happy customers going through independent websites where they have to be genuine customers in order to leave a review, and they're writing positive reviews talking about his good roofing work, it's very strange that someone would put all of that at risk, that good reputation at risk, by doing such an appalling job and taking loads of money from someone. Something just doesn't add up. It's so weird.
Yeah, I've always considered good builders doing good work is 10 times better for them than ever trying to squeeze any money out of people. I don't understand why anyone would.
A good builder, in fact, a good tradesperson is never without work.
Exactly.
They are always in demand, and in fact, a good tradesperson you will normally have to wait for because they're so in demand. They, unless you're very lucky, they're not going to be able to just drop one job and start doing your job. So it just seems very odd that someone, if he does know about roofing, would go out. And you say it was him personally who did the job.
It was him overseeing the job, yes. He had workers working for him, but he was the one giving the commands and everything.
I don't understand it. Well, look, I mean, the most important thing is that he's reached an agreement with you now to repay your mum £15,000, so that at least you can now afford to get somebody in to put this right properly. Can you please keep me posted? I mean, it sounds to me as if has he actually agreed to pay it back immediately?
He's agreed over the phone.
Right.
Whether or not he's agreed.
How is he going to pay you?
I think it's just a bank transfer.
Okay. The money's not showing now?
No, not yet.
Okay. Well, I mean, let's give him till Wednesday.
Yeah.
And if the money isn't showing by Wednesday, then it sounds like I'm going to have another conversation with him. And I'm quite sure, based on how Friday's conversation went, I'm quite sure he'd rather not have to speak to me again. Let's see how things go. I'll talk to you on Wednesday, come what may. And obviously, if that money shows beforehand, please let me know.
Yeah, I look forward to it.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. And I will be keeping a close eye out on that particular man and that particular building company. It's very strange. I've not had dealings with them before. And very often I do hear about the same builders on this programme. This is not a builder I've had dealings with before. And as I say, so many people seem to have had good experiences with him in the past. And yet this, as you can see from the photos on the official JVS Twitter page, looks like a complete and utter bodge up. Right, Jack was due to watch the Grand Prix in Barcelona in May. But there are no prizes for guessing what happened when COVID-19 took hold, something Jack definitely didn't predict when he paid for the trip.
It was £1,218. This was see the Grand Prix, a hotel, flights, everything. Due to the virus, this was postponed. The Grand Prix was postponed. The holiday was cancelled. They contacted me just before, actually a bit late, and offered me a partial refund over the phone, which I wasn't happy about. I said, can you put this on email or writing, something official? Eventually they did. They seemed very reluctant. Then, of course, I turned it down, saying I needed a full refund according to the law. Then I sent more emails complaining, and eventually they offered me a credit note, cash refundable, in full, end of September. And they said they'd contact me a week before. They didn't contact me, and I didn't get a refund.
Well, Jack has now been told he won't get his money back until the end of March. 10 months after the trip was supposed to happen. Well, unfortunately, we are hearing a number of cases like this from companies who are legally bound to refund customers and yet who seem to be delaying for as long as they possibly can. And on one hand, I understand. I get it. You know, if you just look at, and we were talking about holidays a little earlier on the programme, you think about holiday companies who've had their businesses utterly turned upside down in the last year. And very importantly, their cash flow has gone straight out the window. I completely understand that trying to refund everyone all at the same time will potentially put companies under. I get it. However, it's not the customer's fault. You know, Jack, in good faith, paid for this trip and expected to have the trip. It's not his fault he didn't have the trip. So why should Jack be out of pocket? Well, we've been trying to get hold of this company to get things sorted for him. I gather things haven't gone very well, but let's find out what the latest is, because Jack's back on the JVS show. Hello, Jack.
Hello.
Some companies we have spoken to on this issue have been great, and as soon as we've given them a bit of a nudge, they have said, oh, yeah, OK, we're going to refund this customer miraculously this week. Mm-hmm. In your case, that hasn't happened. Tara, what's the company had to say, if anything?
Well, that's one of the frustrating things about this, because I first emailed the company back on the 10th of November last year. And I have been regularly emailing them, and lots of email addresses as well, trying to get a response for Jack, because bearing in mind that he waited for September, that came and went, he still didn't have his money, and then was told it would be March the 31st. So Jack came to us really concerned that March the 31st may well come and go and he still wouldn't have the cash.
Yeah.
And I was requesting a response from them, and I did speak to someone in customer services last week, which was useful, and they told me that if I sent an email again, that whoever was dealing with it would get it straight away and they would respond to me. Now, bearing in mind this is an email address that I've been using from very early days, and I haven't had any response, because I would get a response to say it was going to take us 14 to 20 days, something in that sort of area, and we will get back to you, because we're getting so many correspondences that it's taking us a while to work through them. Well, of course, 14 to 20 days, that would go, and I still hadn't heard back from them, and I would, go again, and then Christmas came and went, and we still aren't near March the 31st.
Enough's enough.
Absolutely, and I find out that the company, which aren't the only travel company to do this, but they've also resigned their membership of ABTA.
Now, of course, ABTA, the reason why that is quite important is that for all ABTA members, although they have relaxed their rules somewhat, normally for a company that you book through who are members of ABTA, they would insist that any refunds due on holidays must be given within 2 weeks. However, ABTA have said that they themselves recognise that many of their members are under huge amounts of financial pressure, and they've therefore relaxed that rule. However, they do still expect companies to refund customers in a reasonable amount of time, and expecting customers to wait for month after month after month after month, ABTA would not agree to, which may well be why this company has resigned their membership of ABTA, so they no longer have to no longer have to apply those ABTA rules when it comes to refunding.
They don't have the threat of the arbitration scheme, do
they? No, quite. So, have they given us anything at all or not?
Well, after last speaking to the gentleman on the customer services department who told me that they were looking into it, they were aware of it, and I would be getting a response back, Jack emailed to tell me that he had received something from the company.
What did they say to you, Jack?
Very little, just that they're having trouble getting money from their creditors and they can't pay me back till they get all their money in. If that's true or not, I don't know, but it's just excuse after excuse, basically. And as far as I know, they're still promising the paid by April the 1st, which sounds like an April Fool's joke.
Although that isn't in the actual email, is it, Jack?
No, it doesn't mention that at all. That was months ago. I had this extended 6 months from very 31st of March. I've still got the credit note for that, which they extended for a cash refund on the 1st of April, but they don't seem to be talking about that anymore either.
Well, it sounds to me as if they just haven't got the money to be paying you.
Yeah, can I just say, I don't know if you read the Daily Mail article I sent over, saying that they've had a government-backed loan, which they've kept and not passed on to their customers.
Well, I don't know, and
I don't know how they would spend that money either, do we, Jonathan?
We can't stand that up. We haven't looked into that, and that's certainly, if the Daily Mail want to say that, that's up to the Daily Mail. We certainly can't corroborate that. So, in terms of this company, then, leaving that particular allegation to one side that I don't want to refer to again on the programme because it's not something that we can stand up. But who is this company that has not paid Jack the money back despite repeated attempts by us to communicate with them?
This is Jetline Holidays.
Jetline Holidays.
Yes.
Okay. Well, Jetline Holidays, who have not... they haven't even come back to us... They haven't even shown us the courtesy of providing a response to say... we're struggling to pay this customer back.
No,
they haven't gone back with anything.
When Jack did get in touch with me and forwarded me that email, which makes no reference to a date, I got back in touch with them straight away and said, there is no reference to the March the 31st. Can you confirm that Jack will get his money by then? And I haven't heard anything at all. So there's still no date as to when, if they intend to pay you, they will be doing that by March the 31st, which would have been very useful to know.
Jetline Holidays can't quite work out why you won't even respond to us to explain what's going on with this customer. Jack, in good faith, has paid you money for a trip. We completely accept and recognise that coronavirus is not the fault of Jetline Holidays. We totally get that. However, it would be nice if you could at least show us the courtesy of explaining why you have not yet refunded this customer, because he's been waiting months and months and months and still doesn't seem to have any guarantee that he's going to see his money again. How much have you paid Jetline Holidays in total?
It's about £1,200.
And how did you pay?
Credit card.
Okay, well, I think now is the time to go to the credit card company.
Can I just say that they say they haven't been paid back. Is there any way of finding out if they have been paid by the hotel, the airline and the Grand Prix? You know, they can state what they want, but surely this should be proven in some way?
I think at this stage, what you should be doing is not worrying yourself with that. That's down to that company and their relationship with their suppliers. The simple fact is, your contract is with Jetline Holidays. Exactly. You've paid them the money, and they have not given you the money back.
Yeah, they still got it. Yeah.
What I would do is go to your credit card company now and to explain that you want to put in. Now, are you aware of the rules regarding a Section 75 claim?
I am. I actually looked into this originally, and I had a problem with the bank. It took ages for them to get back to me, and by that time they'd promised me the money, Jetline, so I didn't pursue it any further.
Okay.
But I do understand that it's up to the credit card company whether or not they actually. It's up to their discretion. I will try. Yeah.
Well, I think the slight concern, and I don't really want to talk about this too much on air because it's kind of
don't know this, do they?
No, but it's kind of giving it's giving them a bit of ammunition to try and get out of it. Really, there have been some cases where credit card companies have suggested that Section 75 claims, when it comes to holidays, do not apply, because the reason that you're putting in the Section 75 claim and the reason the company couldn't fulfil the contract was because of forces outside their control. However, I'm very pleased to say that not all credit card companies are taking that approach, and in fact a number of credit card claims have been paid back. So I think it's definitely worth putting in the claim and pushing in a forthright manner. The simple fact is, your credit card company are jointly liable with Jetline Holidays, and the fact that you did not have your holiday means not only are Jetline Holidays responsible, but also your credit card company in the eyes of the law. Yeah. So
I should have a strong case because of all the circumstances here. If I put out all the what's going on, if you're with me.
Not really, but I think if you say to them, here is the communication trail, I've given them ample opportunities over the last few months to pay me back. As you can see, they've made several promises, assurances that I will receive my money. Haven't got my money back. Therefore, I'm now out of options, and that's why I'm putting in the Section 75 claim.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking, my next port of call. So basically, I could end up giving up with actually getting it from Jetline and jump the gun. Don't wait till the next...
No. Call the credit card company today.
Yeah, do it now. Don't wait for Jetline to pay up in 2 months' time. Hopefully.
But there's absolutely no guarantee that you're going to get that money from Jetline Holidays.
Exactly, yeah. So I shall do that, yeah. Can I just ask you if that doesn't work, is there any chance on the small claims court? What would be my chances there?
Well, again, I think it depends, really. It depends on a number of circumstances. It depends whether Jetline Holidays, firstly, is around. If you were to take them to court, are they going to be around? Do they have the money to pay? This is a complicated situation, and this is why, I feel very sorry that you're in this position, but there are complications, let's put it like that. Okay, look, let's leave it there. You call your credit card company, let us know how you get on, and we'll take it from there, okay?
Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you very much. Now, just over a year ago, Ruth purchased a cooker for her daughter when she moved into a new property. But it seems she started experiencing problems with the grill just a week after getting it. You see, the grill just would not heat up. Well, looking back, Ruth realises they should have said something at the time.
We had a lot of family problems going on at that time, and my fault, I completely forgot about it. But even if it had just broken, surely it should last longer than a year.
That's absolutely right. The Consumer Rights Act of 2015 states that any product you purchase must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, whether the grill had lasted for 1 week or 1 year, It's still not reasonable. Nobody would go out and buy a new cooker where you're only going to get a year's use from the grill. Nobody would. So the law, the Consumer Rights Act, gives you protection. Now, yes, in an ideal world, the sooner you can complain to a company, the better. The more straightforward it makes it, the easier it is to make your argument to them. But even so, they should have taken it seriously when Ruth and her daughter first contacted them a year later. Well, they didn't, which is why Ruth came to the programme. She's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Ruth.
Hello.
Hello, Ruth. Right now, I know Tara spoke to the company, reminded them of their responsibilities under the Consumer Rights Act, and they certainly seemed more positive, did they not, Tara, in terms of getting it sorted?
They did eventually. It did take a long time because Ruth kept getting the same message. Well, it's out of warranty. It's out of warranty, it's out of warranty. Obviously, she had more rights than that. And finally, it took quite a while, and it was one of those instances where we had to go higher up the email chain, much higher up, and eventually they did take some notice. And then it was a case of, well, the cooker was actually inside a little box, and it was hard to pull out to get the serial number, but they managed to resolve that as well. And then just before Christmas, we were hoping that her daughter might get it fixed. And then we had to leave for Christmas, and I'm hoping now, Ruth, that we do have something positive going on.
What's happened, Ruth?
It works.
Yes, they came and fixed it. Do you know what the problem was with it?
I haven't got a clue. All I know is he came in, did his magic, and it works.
Brilliant. OK, all is forgiven. We're ready to move on, yeah?
Oh, yes. It's marvellous, thank you.
Good. And you've had nothing but cheese on toast ever since?
Well, my daughter, yeah. I think it's been used.
Good. Well, listen, I'm delighted it's sorted out. Hopefully the company have recognised their responsibilities now. We will thank them very much indeed. We will give them the horn. If you have any other problems, Ruth, you know where we are.
Thank you very much.
OK, all the problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Of course, it's a typical holiday situation. In December 2019, my wife and I booked a holiday to New Zealand, which is where my daughter lives, via Thailand on the way there and Thailand on the way back. We departed 14th of March, all went well in Thailand, got to New Zealand. Then obviously the virus situation started to kick off. And on the 23rd of March, we got an email from the airline saying our return flight to Thailand had been cancelled. 2 days later, email saying the flight from Thailand to London has been cancelled. In a bit of a panic, we contacted the travel agent and the airlines. Neither of them could do anything. Just says it is what it is. Due to high demand, we can't help you.
I noticed from your accent, are you originally from New Zealand?
I've been here a long time, but yes, I grew up there.
OK. So this is home?
This is home now, yeah.
Right.
I only came for a 6-month holiday, Jonathan, and I'm like 20-odd years later, I'm still here.
Really? What's better about this country than New Zealand, then?
Life is what you make it, basically, I think.
Isn't that the same in New Zealand?
Well, I came here for holiday and to follow family roots, and within a week of being with relatives in Bedford, I got a job, and yeah.
The rest was history.
And then met a girl, you know how it works.
Right. Now we get to the nub of it.
Yeah.
Love has kept you here, I see.
Yeah.
OK, so you find yourself in New Zealand then without being able to get home?
That's correct, yes.
Right, bit of a nightmare.
Pretty much. So, as I said, the travel agent and the airline were just not forthcoming. So we then ended up buying return flights through other airlines going back via United States. Luckily, which we had to pay for out of our own pocket. And then, so far, so good. So we got back here, contacted the travel agent about the situation. They referred us to the insurance provider.
Mm-hmm.
The insurance provider said, well, hang on, they failed to provide you with, goods and services, so you need to go back to your travel agent to reclaim what you've lost. And that is
And in terms of, I presume then this trip, it was just purely flights, or had you booked a package?
Oh, it was flights, hotels, and transfers.
All booked as a package?
Yeah.
Well, then surely the company based in the UK, the travel company, they had a duty of care to you to try and get you back home and to find an alternative way of you getting back home.
You would think so, wouldn't you?
How long did you give them? I mean, you didn't jump the gun, did you, in terms of your panic set in and you thought, right, we're just going to have to, quickly find our own way back before they'd had a chance to sort it out for you?
Oh, no. We were, on the phone for hours and hours and hours, all through the nights and all through the days, to both the airlines and the travel agents. But the response was that due to the high demand and multiple airlines and multiple trips being cancelled, nobody could help us in any way, shape or form.
Okay. Well, I'm surprised to hear that they didn't offer anything at all.
Yeah, not a thing.
Because they would have obviously had a duty of care to you, if it's a package trip, to have got you home.
Yeah.
And to have looked after you. You can't just allow someone to book a package holiday and then leave them stranded in another country.
Well, that's basically what happened.
Oh dear. So how much did it cost you to get home?
It cost us, well, it works out in pounds, which is actually pretty good, £1,395 for both of us, which was actually a really good price for the return flights.
And have you've asked the travel company to reimburse you that cost?
We have, but they're not going to deal with that issue until they've dealt with the immediate issues.
What does that mean?
What they're saying, basically, is that because they have not received money back from the airlines, from the transfer companies and from the hotels, they're still waiting for their money. However, they have sent us an email some time ago giving us a breakdown of what they owe us.
Which was how much?
They say the breakdown stated £1,746 is due back to us.
Okay, so they reckon they owe you even more than it's cost you to get back?
Well, that's what they owe us for the share of the cancelled flights, cancelled hotels and cancelled transfers. And then on top of that, there's the price of the flights to get back, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, let's go and have a little chat with them and find out what we can do to apply some pressure to get your money. I mean, this is now a common problem we are encountering on a daily basis. There are still so many people who are owed money for trips last year for a variety of reasons, and obviously we all understand the holiday companies and the travel companies, they are, financially things aren't great. Yeah. But having said that, I think, but more than anything, I'd like to know from them why they thought it was acceptable just to leave you stranded in New Zealand.
Yeah, it's been 10 months now, and we've, I think...
How did you pay?
Well, basically, my son-in-law paid on his work card, and because we didn't go, we had a lot of things planned, and because we didn't go travelling, I then gave cash to my son-in-law. Make sense?
Right, so your son-in-law paid on what? A credit card or a debit card?
It's I'm not sure. So it's his work card. He's a company owner, so he paid on his work card.
Okay, well, I mean, right. Well, we'd need to find out what that was, what card it was, and what kind of protection.
For the original holiday, it was debit card, unfortunately.
Oh dear, right, okay.
Yeah, I knew you were going to say that.
Well, a debit card, yes. I mean, any protection that you would have had has long expired by debit card. If it had been credit card, there would have still been a glimmer of hope. But it's just a lesson for other people. Always pay for holidays by credit card, ladies and gentlemen. Gives you so much more protection.
Yep.
Let's see what we can do. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, okay? Now, to a case that I know many of you have been following with great interest. Andy came to me. He was telling me he lives in a small cul-de-sac. There are about 50 homes with an associated car park. It's on council-owned land, and there were and are no parking restrictions. Well, Andy says everything was fine until one particular person moved in and started abusing the car park.
It all started about 4 years ago when a particular family moved into our cul-de-sac. Now, It didn't notice until about 3 years ago that we couldn't park in these parking spaces anymore. We found there was a lot of cars belonging to one person, all untaxed, sawn, uninsured, on our property. It turned out at one point, just a couple of weeks ago, there was 17 cars owned by the same person. Not selling them, not doing them up, just collecting them. The best part of it is he no longer lives here. She kicked him out.
Well, it's very frustrating. As you will be aware if you were following this story, all of last year, I have been speaking to the council, and in fact, things have happened, positive things. The cars were moved eventually, but Andy said that as soon as those cars were moved, other people started leaving their cars in the car park instead. And Andy said it's just so frustrating because so often you get home and there's nowhere to park your car. Every space has been taken up, very often by people who don't even live in his particular cul-de-sac, who've decided that this particular car park is just a convenient place for them to leave their car. Well, the most sensible way of proceeding would be for the council to implement some kind of permit system so that they can oversee the car park and only people who have a permit would be entitled to leave their car in the bay. And he was very confident that everyone in his particular cul-de-sac would agree to that. The council got the ball rolling and sent out a questionnaire to everyone saying, yes, would you like this or not? And we were waiting to find out what kind of feedback they received. Well, Andy's back on the JVS show. And Andy, I gather it's very bad news. What's gone on? Tell us what's happened since we last spoke.
Yeah, good afternoon, Jonathan. Of the 52 houses, we needed 50% of that 52, so i.e. 26 houses to vote, and of that 26, 70% had to agree to the restrictions being put in place. Unfortunately, only 19 houses answered the questionnaire. Absolutely gutted. Absolutely gutted.
Now, that is really frustrating because you put so much effort in and you spoke to your neighbours and they all they promised you that they would do their bit and they would respond to the survey.
Yep, that's right. I've spent 5 years of my time trying to get this situation resolved, and it's still not resolved today. I speak to everyone individually. Yeah, I voted, and I did it in favour, but collectively, obviously they didn't. Very, very frustrating.
So the long and short of it is, your neighbours, when push came to shove, did not support you in pushing for these parking restrictions that would have tightened up who was and was not leaving their car there.
That's correct, yeah. 19 of them supported me, but that was it.
Yeah, but 19 out of 50 odd houses...
52, yeah.
Is not...
And there's no guarantee on how that 19 voted, because they wouldn't tell us. They said 19 people responded, which did not meet their criteria.
Why do you think they didn't respond? Because surely it's in everyone's interest that the car park had spaces that were reserved for people who actually live in your cul-de-sac. Was it just kind of laziness or apathy, or do you suspect they just didn't want to have to buy the permit?
I think it's a combination of all three, Jonathan. And the other thing, which I think was a little bit off, but it's not sour grapes, it is what happened. They wrote to everybody in the croft, all 52 houses, they wrote to them. Mm-hmm. But the only way that you could vote was online. Now, that might be easy for the likes of you and myself, but not everybody's got computers. There are quite a few old people within the two crofts, the two sets of housing. Maybe that had something to do with it as well. But yeah.
So what are you going to do then? How are you going to proceed with this? Or have you just admitted defeat because when push came to shove, your neighbours didn't back you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I admit defeat to a certain extent, but, seeing the problem out there, and it's still out there now, there is stuff that the council could do, so little that they can do to make our lives easier, and they won't do it,
Yeah, but I mean,
I don't know where I go.
No, but from the, in defence of the council, I would be saying to you, yeah, but look, we've tried to come up with a system, And we put it out to people and they didn't back it. So what more are we supposed to do? And I think there's a lot of credibility. It's how frustrating. Well, I tell you what we'll do. Let's not completely call this a failure. Let's just monitor the situation. Maybe if the parking gets very troublesome again, some of your neighbours will become more motivated to help you. And we can take it up again. But at this particular time, it sounds like the car park is still going to be a first come, first served.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And
you said, the council are talking to you. I wish they'd talked to me, because at no point in the 5 years did they talk to me.
Let's see how things go with the car park. I really hope that, naturally the problem solves itself, although I suspect it won't. And it's just really disappointing when somebody sticks their head above the parapet and tries to help others and neighbours don't back them. Very frustrating.
Just a nice place to live.
Yeah, it's really frustrating. Andy, thank you very much indeed. Oh, and if any of Andy's neighbours are listening that didn't bother responding, well, don't come complaining to this programme. Don't go complaining to Andy when you get home and find you can't park your car. Now, David came to me. David was telling me he booked to go on a coach trip last year with his grandson. And this coach trip, unfortunately, was affected by COVID. Well, he'd booked it as a 2-day break. And they'd had such a great trip with the same company previously.
2018, I went on a coach short break. Thoroughly enjoyed it. The firm sent a brochure in December. I booked a holiday in May 2020. And then they ran the same type of trip in September, and that was cancelled as well. I got a credit note. They said it would be somewhere about 10, 12 weeks. Phoned them a couple of times and asked where it is, and they said, well, because of COVID and that, we can't do it straight away. We've only got certain people in. 16 weeks later, January, I phoned up and I've been told it'll be another 10 to 12 weeks.
Well, why is this taking so long? It's becoming a common theme now, isn't it, this particular issue? David's back on the JVS show. Hello, David.
Good afternoon.
Now, I'm very pleased to say that the company concerned in your case have been very transparent in their response. Let me just read it. They say all customers, and this is just out of interest, this is Just Go Holidays. They say all customers who have had their tour affected by COVID-19 have been issued with a financially protected refund credit note, which means that the customer's money is fully protected by the bonded Coach Holidays financial guarantee in the event of any financial failure. Customers can request a refund, as David has done. We continue to operate with limited resource, with many staff on the government furlough scheme, and those staff that are working are, of course, working remotely. This, coupled with a huge number of customer inquiries to deal with, has affected the efficiency of how we operate and has naturally meant that we have been unable to respond to and action all types of inquiries within our usual service levels and timescales. I've checked with our accounts team and I am aware that the refund cheque for David is in the payment run for this week and will be signed off and posted later today. This was sent to me last week. We're sorry that David has been unhappy with our level of service at this time, but we hope that this explains the situation and that he can look forward to joining us again in the future. David, has anything popped through your letterbox yet?
Friday morning, I got a handwritten cheque.
For how much?
£308.
That's the full amount you're expecting?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Are you happy, Bunny?
Very, very happy.
Great.
And I'd like to thank you and the team for the gentleman who's got this going to the Grand Prix. I know how frustrating it can be. Yeah. And you're the saviour who comes along and sorts everything out.
Well, I'm very pleased that you've now got the money. Get that cheque cashed if you haven't done already. Get it banked, rather. And I will thank Just Go Holidays and I will give them the horn, OK? Right, tell me everything that's going on your end without naming any company names, please, and we'll see what we can do for you.
Thank you. So on the 15th of December, I purchased a Christmas present for my son. It was purchased in store. It was like a gauntlet toy, a toy that goes onto his arm. And he opened it obviously on Christmas Day, but the toy was faulty. It has a disc that goes into the arm sleeve, and when you push a button, the disc should come flying out across the room, and it doesn't. It just kind of dropped to the floor in front.
Oh, dear.
Yes. So he was very disappointed. I wasn't too worried. I thought, well, it's obviously faulty. I've got the receipts. You know, it's fairly new. There shouldn't be a problem.
Now, is this this is the sole purpose of this thing then, is it? You put the arm on and then you press the button and it fires your disc out so he can run around, you know, firing discs at his mum?
Yeah, or siblings or, anything else that's in a range that he probably shouldn't be firing them at. Yeah, that's the general idea.
As long as it's not the TV screen.
China, yeah.
Oh, yes, the Royal Dalton with the hand-painted periwinkles. Yes.
I mean, I was quite thrilled it was broken. I thought, well, if I get my money back, then we don't have to have the thing in the house. But, anyway.
Yes. So you press the button and the disc just flops on the floor rather than fires out.
In front of you. Yeah, exactly.
Is your son listening?
Probably, but it doesn't matter. It's fine. He's only little, so it won't matter.
How much did it cost?
Lots. It was only $16.49. Nothing major. It's just more about what's happened subsequently.
Okay. So did you go back to the company to complain?
So on the 4th of January, after Christmas had settled down, I contacted the company. You fill in an online form initially, which I did, and they said they'd received it. 2 days later, they emailed me and said that what I would need to do is return the item in store. Now, obviously at that point, we were in lockdown and under a stay-at-home order. So I contacted them back and said that, would they be extending their returns policy? Because some other items I'd needed to return from after Christmas, I'd contacted those companies and they'd all said, what we'll do is we'll be doing our 28 days after stores reopen. That seems fair. But this company was saying it had to be returned in store and they wouldn't extend the time period. So it had to be returned by the 31st of January.
But how are you supposed to return something to the store when the store is closed?
Well, it's open for click and collect only.
Ah, okay.
But my point was, is that an essential journey? We're on a stay-at-home order. It's not local to me. It's my nearest store, but it isn't local to me. And would you consider returning, taking a trip to a toy shop essential? And also, my point was, could you extend your returns window to 28 days after you reopen, at which point we can return it in store? So they came back to me and they wouldn't shift. They said it had to be returned and they weren't prepared to extend the returns window. So I went back to them again and said, I felt that I was breaching lockdown rules, really, by taking a journey to a store that I didn't want to go to because it's in an area with a horrific infection rate at the moment, a nationally horrific infection rate. So I didn't want to go there. They came back to me again and said, no, they won't extend the return time, had to be in store. And furthermore, this time also said that they would decide if the product was faulty or not. And were it deemed to be faulty, they would only issue a gift card rather than a refund. So,
well, no, because please correct me if what I'm saying is wrong, but you were complaining to the company within the first 30 days.
Oh, 2 weeks, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Consumer Rights Act, and I don't know if you've looked this up yet, Louise, or if
I've quoted your words, Jonathan, verbatim.
You've heard me banging on about it for a while, have you? So the Consumer Rights Act gives you a 30-day window of opportunity from the date of purchase to return faulty goods. And as long as the fault is considered to be a substantial fault, so, something that fundamentally affects your use of the product, then you are fully entitled to reject the goods and to demand either a refund or a replacement. You don't have to accept a repair. After the first 30 days, it's then down to the company as to whether or not they want the opportunity to repair the product and then return it to you. So as long as you're returning it within the first 30 days, what was it you were asking for? A replacement product or your money back?
A refund.
Okay, well, you should have been entitled to that.
Yeah.
I think the interesting thing, and I kind of want to see what my listeners think about this, because I think this is really this is an interesting thing. Was it reasonable of you to refuse to return it to the store whilst they were offering a click and collect service? Because and I completely understand the argument you've made. You feel that it is in breach of the lockdown restrictions. The lockdown restrictions state that only essential journeys can take place. But then I guess the slight difficulty in that argument is, but the lockdown restrictions also allow click and collect. Well, if I decide to buy myself a new mop from a company on click and collect, I mean, it wouldn't be considered essential. I mean, no one's going to die if I don't get my mop. But I am perfectly legally able to go and buy myself a mop and go and click and collect it at the moment, aren't I?
In England?
In England, yeah, but wasn't this in England?
It is, yeah. I'm just saying it is, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, so I think the interesting thing is, if the company said to you, we want you to return the item to us now, because our click and collect service has the capacity to take back faulty items, if you refuse to do that, is that acceptable or not? I completely get the argument you're making, but it's a slightly difficult one.
So then you could ask, well, how comes other retailers are saying we would want it returned? I mean, I'm happy to return it. Yeah. That's absolutely not a problem. But other retailers are saying we don't want you to come back to stores until after lockdown lifts, until you go into a tier where that sort of travel is appropriate.
Well,
so
I guess
think the question is this essential?
Well,
is it necessary, looking at the amount of toys that are faulty after Christmas and how the masses would then be returning them, should we be encouraging masses in January, in the situation that we're in, to be travelling out of their local area to stores to return items? Or can we just wait?
Okay, but hang on a second. Let's turn this on its head. Is it acceptable to buy a toy on click and collect at the moment?
If you're asking me personally, I wouldn't click and collect at the moment.
But the government says you can.
The government does.
So the government obviously feels that people ordering items, going to the shop as a click and collect, picking up that item and taking it home, the government feels that that is reasonable and that's okay to allow shops to still trade in that manner. Now, if the government still feels that it's safe and reasonable for people to make purchases in that manner, then I guess the argument is there is no reason why it would be deemed unacceptably dangerous for you to return an item that is faulty to the store in that same manner.
But that contradicts their advice, which is also not to leave your local area unless it's essential.
Yes, but if you can click and collect from that shop, if I could go and order something from that shop today and go and click and collect it perfectly legally, is that in breaking the rules or not?
It's a contradiction of the rules. I
know, but there are all kinds of contradictions of the rules, aren't there? I mean, this is the problem, and there is ambiguity in some of the rules, and that's one of the problems that people have had with a lot of this. I think it's difficult. So they've said to you...
So they've had photographic evidence. I mean, I've sent the email receipt, I've sent photographs of it being faulty, just to let them know at this point in time it is faulty, should there be a delay in me physically being able to return it to store, so that they know that within those 30 days it is faulty.
Well, I'm interested to hear what people listening to the programme think. If you feel that Louise should definitely take the product back, 08081 008800, or do you think Louise is perfectly within her rights to say to the company, we shouldn't be making unnecessary journeys? What you're asking me to do is, in my opinion, unnecessary, when I could just hang on to this faulty product until the lockdown is lifted, at which point I will then return it to you. I'd be very interested to hear your thoughts. 08081 008800 is the number. I think what we can certainly do is to get a call into the company and just to ask them why they're adopting this policy. Why is it important to them that you return this item now rather than in, say, another couple of months' time when the lockdown is lifted, or hopefully a bit less than that, who knows?
And also that I'm entitled to a refund.
Well, absolutely. That is, there's no debate on that. If the item is faulty, then you're entitled to your refund. You don't have to accept a credit note. And I'm interested to know why they seem to be under the wrong impression that is all they have to offer you. It's not acceptable at all. No. Let's see what we can do, and let's see what some of my listeners think. I'm going to pass you back to Tara.
Okay, be kind, everyone.
And we'll see what we can do, okay? I'm going to pass you back to Tara. Yes, be kind. Don't have a go at Louise. All right, Louise, I'm going to pass you back to Tara, okay?
Brilliant. Thanks, Jonathan.
Should she return the item, or do you think, no, she's quite right. It's not, returning an item to a toy shop is not essential. And therefore, she should not be making that journey. 08081 008800. That's the number for your call.
Fighting for your rights.
Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Now to a case that got me rather hot under the collar last week. Lucy came to me. She was telling me she purchased quite an expensive laptop in 2018. Just as the warranty ran out on this laptop, things started to go wrong with it.
They took it into their workshop. I then received a quote for £99.60 to repair the charging port. I was quite happy to go ahead with that because these things happen. It wasn't a hugely expensive repair. But then 4 days later, I received an updated quote for £421.37. So they then changed the parts that needed replacing to the logic board, which I believe is like the brain of the computer. So I spoke to one of the advisors there who told me that this was due to corrosion from the laptop being in a steamy bathroom, which I said absolutely hasn't happened. A manager then contacted me and it changed again. So now there was no corrosion to the main board. It wasn't the main board, it was actually the display.
Well, the company in question admitted to giving Lucy the wrong information and said, no, it is actually the screen that needs replacing. Well, the screen was only 2 years old, and Lucy said, I haven't done anything to damage the screen. I've used it perfectly normally. So the argument was that under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, the product has not lasted for a reasonable amount of time. And therefore, to expect Lucy to pay all of this money for a repair, which to be honest was about half the price of the laptop, was really unreasonable. Well, I went off to have a word with the company, as I do in all these instances, and give the company an opportunity to respond. Thankfully, most companies take that opportunity and are keen to make it clear to everybody else listening to the programme that they take customer complaints seriously, and they try to resolve those matters in the most reasonable way possible. And I was really, really disappointed with the response that I had from this particular company, Apple. Well, Lucy's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Lucy.
Hello, good morning.
First of all, I emailed and couldn't get a response from them. In the end, I said to them, look, we are going to now have to identify you. So can you please provide a response? They came back to me with this. I'll read it word for word. This was a response that came in on the 8th of January at 4:16 in the afternoon. Hello, Jonathan. Thank you for reaching out. On background, we have nothing to contribute to the story at the moment. Should that change, I will let you know. So here we have an unhappy Apple customer who has spent a lot of money on a laptop that's only lasted 2 years before she's being told she's got to pay hundreds and hundreds of pounds to get it fixed. When provided with the opportunity to respond to that complaint and to provide Apple's side of the story, they chose just not to say anything at all. Now, I think that is pretty smelly, to be absolutely honest with you. And also, I as an Apple customer myself, when I hear that, I think, oh dear. Well, that's a great shame, because I had hoped that they would respond to customer complaints and would want to resolve them. Well, as I said to you on the programme last week, having identified Apple on the programme, I said, let's give them until Friday. I hope that because companies obviously, they are made aware when they've been named on this programme. Let's hope that when they become aware of the fact they've been identified, let's hope they'll be anxious to try and resolve the matter. Let's give them until Friday, and if they still don't respond, then I can provide you with some advice as to how you can pursue the matter legally. So, my question to you, Lucy, Did anyone call you by Friday?
He did, yes, on Friday afternoon.
Isn't that strange? What did they say when they called you on Friday afternoon?
I had quite a long conversation with the manager of the Apple Store. He was very pleasant, and he advised that that they still weren't entirely sure what was causing the issue with the laptop, and rather than sort of chasing their tails endlessly with it, that they would provide me with a replacement laptop with a potentially a small contribution from us, about 20%. To sort of split the cost of the
I think that
replacement.
is perfectly reasonable.
I'm quite happy with that.
The Consumer Rights Act, whilst of course it does give the consumer a lot of rights and entitlements, which is great, it does also give the retailer some rights. And it would be perfectly reasonable for a retailer, when looking at a product that the customer purchased nearly 2 years ago, or in your case now just over 2 years ago, it would give the retailer an opportunity to say to the customer, we're happy to replace it, but we do want a contribution towards the use that you have had from the product. Yeah. The fact that they're asking you for about 20%, I think that seems very reasonable. Working on the basis that this laptop should have lasted you for 10 years, which I think is, that would be extremely good if it had lasted for 10 years. I wouldn't expect a laptop necessarily to last for that long. It would be nice if it did, but I wouldn't expect it. But that sounds very, very reasonable. So you've got to pay 20% and they'll give you a brand new laptop.
Yes, once the store's open again. Obviously, due to the lockdown, it's not something that we can resolve. I'm waiting to hear back from him to see if it can be done before then, but if not, we'll wait for the store to reopen.
Well, do you know what? That's great. And Apple, I'm very grateful to you for contacting your customer and resolving it in this manner. This is kind of what I'd expected from the outset, and it's a shame that the initial response was, in my opinion, so poor. I'm going to
thank you to you too, because without you, I don't think we'd be here. So thank you very much.
Well, we're not there yet. We've got a promise.
We're not, no.
But until you've got your new laptop, I'm not going to do a dance. What I am going to do, just as a little bit of encouragement, that is just a tiny slice of my horn. They'll get the rest as soon as you've got your laptop. Can you please keep me posted?
Of course, yes, absolutely.
Great stuff. I was talking to Louise a little earlier, who bought her son a toy. It was a kind of toy gauntlet that doesn't work properly. Contacted the company, and the company said, you need to return it to us. She said, well, I can't do that now because of the lockdown. They said, no, we've still got click and collect, so we would like you to return it to us. And she said, well, I don't consider that to be an essential journey. And they said, well, we're not prepared to do anything unless you return it to us. And she said, well, can't you extend the period I can return it to you? And they said, no. Is that reasonable or not? Viv texted to say, I took a toy back to a retailer to be informed they only do click and collect. They told me I could go to a different branch where they have this store, or wait until they're open again, and I would have 30 days from the date of them opening to bring it back, which I'm doing. I agree, I would not travel, says Viv. Thank you. Sally in Milton Keynes says click and collect means collect, not click and return. The consumer's child is not going to be affected in not having this toy, so it's not essential. The consumer, I feel, is right in what she's saying. This person says, I purchased a number of items before lockdown that were Christmas gifts. They needed to be returned, and I emailed all of the companies involved, and they have all said they are extending the return times once they reopen. So I think the vast majority of people absolutely suggesting that Louise is quite right in what she says, that she should not have to make that journey and return that item now. Well, that's useful advice. Thank you so much to everyone that's contacted the programme, and we will use that advice when we go and speak to that company. Now, in the first lockdown, Josephine decided to get a UPVC porch built at the front of her property. She was quoted £7,500. She ordered one in early June. The porch was installed in September, but Josephine was told the roof felt would need to be done separately by another contractor. However, there was a delay in the roofer coming to do the work, and in the meantime, it rained and water started coming in through the ceiling of the porch. Well, eventually the roofer did come and do the necessary work, But at that particular moment in time, he pointed out another problem with her existing roof that needed to be fixed. Well, as far as Josephine was concerned, all of the work was done, everything had been sorted, so she paid the bill. However, the porch is still leaking.
We then noticed that even after all the roof work had been done and that advised repair had been performed, that we still had leakage. So we started to call the company, and they said, well, actually, it's not our problem because we pointed out that there was some problem with the valley. That's nothing to do with us. And we said, well, actually, it has to do with you because when you look on top of that flat roof, the water is not draining away, and we have had the valley repaired by your own appointed roofer.
Well, Josephine says that she is insistent. The roof on the porch has not been done properly, and that's why it's leaking. The company, however, completely disagrees. Well, let's find out what the latest is, because Josephine's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Josephine.
Hello, how are you?
So, as you will recall, when I went to speak to the guy from the company, he said to me, look, as far as we are concerned, the roofer that we used for this job is an excellent roofer. He fed back to us that the problem with the leak is caused by a different problem on Josephine's roof, on her existing roof on the house, and that unfortunately the water is just making its way into the new porch that we built. But the leak is not actually caused by the roof work that we have done. However, he said we have agreed with the customer, because she is insistent that the roof on the porch is the problem. We have agreed that we will go back and reset the roof for her. However, he said we want to make it very clear we do not believe this will solve the problem. Now, I know, Josephine, you and I have spoken before, you are absolutely insistent that it is the roof on the porch that is the problem. You do not agree that it's a pre-existing problem with your original roof. You are confident that when they redo the roof on the porch, that will then solve the leak, yes?
Yes. At least when they do it according to building regulations and make sure that the water drains away. Because that is now the problem. The water does not drain away, so seeks the way of the least resistance, which is into the house instead of the gutter.
So, as you know, when you and I last spoke, the man at the company said that he was in communication with the existing roofer, but it wasn't going very well because the existing roofer was not happy to come back because he does not believe that his work is to blame for the problem.
Oh, his work was not to blame. It was the work of the contractor who did not put the roof under the right pitch to start off with.
Right. Well, he is apparently not coming back. Now, I've subsequently received a letter from the company. I don't know if they've communicated with you at all.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, but they've come back and they've written me a formal letter. They say, thought would give you an update on the situation with Josephine and her property. I have approached the roofer who undertook the work for the original roof. He is now refusing to do any further work there, as he feels that altering his initial work would be an admission of shoddy workmanship in the first instance and will not solve the problem they have. They've sent over a copy of his original invoice with a note dated long before they had the leak about the valley needing urgent attention. Now, the company says, I'm a bit stuck as to what to do next. So I'm making the suggestion that we get an independent survey carried out and follow their guidance.
Excellent.
I'm happy to continue to cooperate with Josephine, with the surveyor and yourself to help bring this situation to a speedy resolution.
Excellent. I have an excellent company, I think, for doing that kind of surveys, which is... don't identify them, will you? No.
Okay.
But indeed, a chartered surveyor who is as well doing all kinds of instruction and teaching regarding damp problems and roof problems. So that would be...
Is this surveyor a friend of yours?
No.
Okay, fine. Because I mean, they have been clear in their letter that it's an independent survey, so that would have to be by a surveyor who's independent of you and indeed them to come out and to ascertain what the real problem is.
Yes, and who is at least an approved and educated and certified person.
Oh yeah, well of course. Yeah. I mean, yes, you can't be a surveyor without being qualified. So, I mean, if they are going to send a proper surveyor out, then yes, I mean, it would have to be somebody that knows what they're doing. So shall I respond to this letter and just say that, yes, indeed, you're happy with that and you look forward to hearing from them with a date for the surveyor to come out and assess the roof?
Yes. When I can speak to you after this to communicate which surveyor I would prefer, because that at least gives me a nice warm feeling that I know that it isn't a completely independent person and not someone who is playing golf here in the Luton area.
Well, hang on a second. I mean, look, I think it needs to be someone that is independent. If the company are able to provide a surveyor who they consider to be an independent person of themselves and you, and if they are prepared to foot the bill, then as long as that surveyor is completely independent, then I don't necessarily have a problem with that. And I don't think it's necessarily fair to suggest that they would organise for a surveyor to come round that in some way is on good terms with that company.
Okay.
You know, I think we need to just, let's give them the benefit of the doubt that they are going to organise for someone independent. We can certainly pass on your proposal for who you would like and see if they're prepared to organise that. But of course, they could throw the same accusation back at you, couldn't they? And say, well, how do we know that you don't play golf with the surveyor you're suggesting?
Well, they are not located in this area to start with, and I do not play golf or football.
Right, okay, well, you know the point I'm making. Yeah. Look, I tell you what I'll do. I'll pass you back to Tara. Yeah. Can we just get the name of the surveyor, Tara? Tara's on the phone at the moment. We'll get that name of the surveyor and we'll pass it on to the company and see what we can do, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Now, Naomi's car has been completely destroyed following the floods over Christmas when the River Great Ouse burst its banks on Christmas Eve.
Our underfloor car park with our housing association was fully submerged under 12 foot of water within the space of 2 hours. No one from the housing association contacted us. As a result of this, 18 cars have been lost, fully submerged in river water. Wow. They were like riptide, Jonathan. Honestly, it was a swirling. It was unbelievable. Our cars are still in submersion, still in 2 foot of water. We cannot claim on our insurance as we cannot access our vehicles. And the housing association are just so complacent and have not kept up any communication where our vehicles will be retrieved. The neglect from the housing association. I work in construction, Jonathan. I know how things work. This incompetence and the lack of communication is just appalling. The tenants here, the morale is so low. They've just lost the will. They don't know where to turn. They're in this space where they don't know where to go to.
Well, I promised Naomi I would go and speak to the Housing Association, and indeed I did just that. Naomi's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Naomi.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. So, as you'll recall from our conversation last week, the Housing Association concerned is the Guinness Partnership. And they came back to say the flooding of the car park at this block has been assessed daily since Christmas Eve. It's standard practice in these situations to allow water levels to drop naturally so that mechanical pumping can be effective. This can take a number of days, as it did in this instance. The remaining water is now at a level which has enabled pumping work to begin. That was on the 12th of January, they say they began. The water is being pumped into the sewage system, and it will take a few days to complete this, along with the necessary clean-up work. Now, when you and I spoke at the tail end of last week, you said, yes, indeed, pumping has started. You weren't convinced that it was actually in the car park they were pumping, but you did accept that pumping in the area had begun, and indeed the water level had started to go down, but you said there was still quite a lot of water in that underground car park. Yeah. What's happened over the weekend?
No progress since I've last spoken to you, Jonathan. I say it's gone down about an inch, but the generator wasn't running over the weekend. There's been no one here. There's still no one here now. I can't see any men in high vises trying to resolve the issue.
Now, I did go back and speak to the Guinness Partnership just to let them know we would be having the conversation today, and they have come back with a further response. They've also sent me some photographic evidence to back up what they're saying. They say pumping of the water at this block has been ongoing since last Wednesday, the 13th of January. We follow Anglian Water's instructions on when and how much water we can pump, so not to overwhelm the sewage system. Clean-up work started yesterday, the 18th of January, which has slightly added to the water level. But this is necessary to deal with the silt and debris left by the retreating water. We have been keeping our customers informed of the situation and will continue to keep them updated on the ongoing clean-up works. And indeed, as I say, they've sent over some photographs, and some of the photos obviously were taken just after the river had burst its banks, because the water is just, it's dreadful. I can see people wading through the water and the cars all submerged underneath the water. And then there are some more recent photos, I suspect, of the water level that seems to have gone down, and indeed a pump that is attached down in the car park. So they say they definitely are pumping in the car park.
Okay, so if they've made an arrangement with Thames Water and the Water Board,
Anglian Water,
they would have a phase-by-phase approach, but they still haven't given us a date or any sort of ballpark figure to let us know when we can reclaim our vehicles. Surely they must be phasing it.
Well, yes, they admit that in their response, don't they? They say that they are in communication with Anglian Water, and they have to liaise with Anglian Water in terms of when they can pump, because obviously the sewage system is only designed to accommodate so much being pumped into it.
Surely they should have an end date when all this phasing's been put into place. They should let us know roughly when we'll be able to salvage our vehicles.
Yes and no. I mean, I want to be fair to them, and I completely accept your frustration. But to be fair to the Guinness Partnership, it's not them that caused the River Ouse to burst its banks. So, this is not a problem they've caused. This is a problem that they absolutely, I understand, have a duty of care to you and all the other residents to help you and to try and get things back on track. But they say they're communicating with the water company. They are liaising as to when they can pump so as not to overwhelm the system. They do also say that they are keeping you and the other owners updated on what's going on.
The email I sent you yesterday with the attachment letter, that was the last point of communication with them. So from the 14th.
And has the water gone down at all? Have you been able to have a look in the car park?
No, it's gone down about an inch.
Right. So there's still about just under 2 foot of water there.
Let's say about a foot of water.
About a foot. Okay. And your car, where is it now? Is it still in the car park, or have they managed to recover it?
No, it's still in the car park. All the vehicles are still in the car park.
Right. Okay. Is there any way, and I don't want you to put yourself at any kind of risk, but can you obviously you can see the level of the water from somewhere?
From the stairwell, yes, from the communal stairwell.
Okay. Can you take some photos of that for me?
Yes, of course. Because
that would help, because I can then go back to them and say, well, look, I'm being sent these photos and I'm being told you haven't communicated, certainly with Naomi. And I would hope, the Guinness Partnership, I'm quite sure, will be monitoring this programme today. So hopefully they might even cut out the middleman and get straight in contact with you today, just to explain exactly what they're doing. And, of course, communicate with all the other owners as well, because actually you've been quite lucky with your car insurance, haven't you? They've agreed to write it off now and to get things sorted out. But some of the other owners are not so lucky.
No. And they cannot go to work until they retrieve their vans and their tools.
Yeah.
They're gardeners and landscapers and civil engineers living here, Jonathan, and they can't access their vehicles. They literally cannot pay their rent until they can get their vehicles.
Okay, let me go back with them with the photos that you're going to send me, and let's see how they want to respond. As I said to you before, I'm not going anywhere until this is sorted. So I am going to stay across it.
I appreciate that.
And I completely recognise from your perspective, this has now been going on for a long time. The river burst its banks on Christmas Eve. So that will be, to be honest, that on Sunday of this week, it will then be a month since this all first happened. And I completely understand the fact that the car park is still sitting under a foot of water is very frustrating. In terms of your neighbours not being able to access their tools and stuff like that, there's no way with wellies they could go down and get whatever tools they need.
I wouldn't risk it. I wouldn't recommend it. I'll send you the photographs, Jonathan, so it gives you perspective on what actually you have to go through.
Well, yeah, that would be useful, because the photos I've got here, I've got a photo here of someone who's wearing wellies, and the water is, it looks as if it's about 2 centimetres of water that they are standing in.
Okay.
So obviously that gives the impression that the water level really has gone down quite considerably because of the pumping that they've been doing. So if you're telling me that the water level is still exceptionally high, then obviously that's not acceptable. Well, the other interesting thing is you did say that where the water has kind of flooded everything, it's knocked all the electricity out. I'm looking at a photo here with all the lights on in the car park.
Oh, the lights haven't been on, Jonathan. There's no way they can put electrics on in that underfloor car park with the amount of water that's in there. And I understand there's a separate meter, consumer unit for the actual flats and the communal areas. But in the basement, that's another different consumer unit altogether.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to send you over the photos they've sent me as well, just for you to review those photos and let me know if indeed that is the car park we're talking about, because, it would be most unfortunate if there'd been cross wires here. But it seems a bit strange because the two descriptions of the state of play at the moment seem a bit different. So I need to find out exactly what's going on. I'll send you over what I've got, and if you can send me the photos, that would be very useful, and let's reconvene maybe tomorrow or the day after.
Okay, so the problem I'm having is back in January of last year, 2020, I applied to do a course for a level 2 and 3, and the qualification at the end was that I was fully qualified personal trainer. So I paid for this course back in January in full via a bank transfer, and the sum of that was £1,995. So included
How long
in
was
that
the course?
It was as long as it took you. There was no time limit on it.
Okay.
As long as it took you to pass. So this included the level 2 and the level 3, both separate qualifications. So we do one at a time, and that was appropriate study books. Then I would be taking theory papers online. Practical training would have happened in the gym had it have not been for the circumstances. I would have also had then face-to-face practical assessments in a gym, and then full support from the course provider throughout.
And was this a completely new career venture for you, or what?
Yeah, a new career venture, but I'm a big gym goer and have been for a very long time. So I came away from my previous profession and decided to take the jump into something I was really passionate about, and took it upon myself to go forward with the course. And being that I knew I could do it in my own time, I knew that there wasn't a massive deadline, so I could just take it at my own pace, being that it was, quite a big step. And it all started off really positively, and obviously I was really excited to be having the opportunity to take that chance with a new career. So it did go really well. I did all my theory papers, which were online. And then after that, the next stage was to obviously do practical assessments. So because of the circumstances, I was offered to do my practical gym assessments at my private gym at home using someone in my bubble, videoed, and then send those videos across to the course provider. So this was something I was talked through with the provider. I was told all the tick boxes and then informed that because it was a slightly different and more long process, it could take up to 4 to 8 weeks to get any results on the final the final part of this course. So I said, well, that's okay. You know, we've got all the time in the world right now, so I'm just going to go ahead and do it that way. At least the ball is still then rolling. So that's exactly what I did. I sent my very first level 2 video across on the 22nd of September last year, which I got messages to say all received fine, and it was going through. And then the same comments back about it taking 4 to 8 weeks and be in touch when there's any news. So then whilst that was going on, I then prepared myself for the second practical gym assessment, so slightly more difficult, and that took place on the 6th of October in the same scenario, and that was sent via a video link. And then obviously I was told again, you know, still 4 to 8 weeks for both now, really. So now we're at, for both assessments, if we count from the 22nd of September, from the 6th of October, sorry, we're now at 15 weeks by my calculation, with still no results, nothing at all. Anything that I get is just me asking first. I'm not getting any communication of explaining exactly what's going on or why or where we're actually at with the whole thing. All I'm getting is, sorry, no news.
And have you had a little look around to see what other people are saying about this company online? Are other people in the same position?
Not with. I haven't looked. I haven't found anything about this particular company. But what I have done is I went on a group for. It's a support group for UK personal trainers, and I put the question out there to them. And what I got told was the external verifiers that write the certificates, the awarding bodies, they're not really processing certificates as they would be. But what I could be offered is an e-certificate, which would at least give me that big tick for me. I've got a pass. I can start thinking about the next steps to take. And that's where I'm at now, that I've asked for an e-certificate and now I'm just not getting any response. So it's obviously quite disheartening for someone to put huge amounts of effort in, you know, in this scenario where it's felt quite a lonely learning experience, if I'm honest, to then still have got this far, keep that sort of excitement going. You know, I'm nearly there. I just need that tick now. And I'm still not really getting any sort of, I'm not really feeling like I'm getting very much support that I would have thought I would have had, based on the fact that I booked with this company on a very good recommendation. So I was very surprised to feel this way.
I mean, to be fair to them, and at this stage, you know, obviously we will now go and speak to them and try and find out what on earth is going on. To be fair to them, in the same way that, for example, schools exams last year were all kind of, you know, ruined, weren't they, really? Yeah. And it may well be the same will happen this year as well. We know that COVID-19 has put the brakes on a whole load of things that normally would happen seamlessly. Yeah. So it may well be that this company normally and historically have had a very good kind of course, very good qualifications. They've got, you know, everything has worked nicely and people have got the qualification they've paid for at the end of it and they've been able to go on and work. And it may well be that it is things outside of their personal control as a company that mean they're not able to actually issue you with the certificate and the qualification. Yeah. But it would be nice if they could at least communicate that to you, because it sounds to me from what you're saying as if you've paid... You know, you paid a lot of money, nearly £2,000 for this course, in good faith. You've done everything that was required of you, and they're now leaving you in the dark in terms of what's going on with your qualification. And in the meantime, you can't work.
No, and also because I'm not 100%, you know, obviously I'm really hoping I've passed, and I think I have, but I still can't even feel that I can advertise in or start an advertisement, you know, getting some flyers put out there or made, or even start building a client base by going sort of, you know, talking on a local community Facebook site or something like that. You know, I don't feel that I'm at a stage where I can put myself out there just in case there's that slight chance I may have to redo some of this, which then I've got to get my head around again, going backwards. I mean, obviously they have communicated to me that it could take 4 to 8 weeks and that every time I've asked, there's still no news. But it did make me wonder when I was told I could possibly get an alternative certificate, which is an e-certificate. I did think to myself, well, it is quite disappointing that wasn't put across to me as an option. You can't have your proper certificate yet, but you could have this. You could start getting your public liability insurance, for example, with that certificate, and then we can, hopefully get your proper one ASAP. But it does feel like I'm left in the dark as to, yes, I know it can't happen yet, but I'm not being given a time frame or I'm working on it. It just feels I'm being left in limbo.
Okay. Well, we can certainly get a call in and try and get things sorted out. Just out of interest, what did you do before this?
Before this, so I've got 2 young boys and I've always worked with children. So I've worked in preschools and schools and I've been a nanny. So childcare was my profession. And then with 2 young boys, it became quite tedious working with children all day and then coming home and trying to muster some energy up for my own.
Yeah.
So I came away from that and then had this sort of little gap where I could rethink a new career.
And now you want to try and get the nation fit.
Yeah, well, I think we might all need it after this, don't you?
I think we probably will. Look, what I'll do, Tara, can we get a bit of detail and go and have a word with this company and just find out what's going on with the course, what's going on with the qualifications? Because poor Hayley at the moment, she paid a lot of money and hasn't got anything to show for it at the moment.
It'd be nice to have some sort of date in the bag, wouldn't it?
It certainly would.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Right, OK, Hayley, hang on there. I need to talk to Tara about Simon's trees, but we'll get you in just a second, OK?
OK.
Hang on there, please. Yes, now, talking of Simon, you may recall, he lives in a flat, and the flat is in a block that is managed by a housing association. He says the trees in the communal gardens of this block of flats are so overgrown, it's having a huge effect on light coming into not only his property, but all of the properties.
We've had some tenants who, after doing some complaining themselves and have had no response from the housing association, took the matters into their own hands and actually climbed the trees and cut some branches off themselves so they could get some light into their houses. And that's why I contacted the housing association myself and spoke to them, and I told them the situation. Their attitude was that the tenants were vandalising the trees, and I had to put them right on that. We had a housing officer come out within a week, had a look, took some photographs. Now, this was in June. It's going to get done, he says, but we don't know when. So they committed to saying that there is a problem in the area. However, I have rung them 10 times since the beginning of June, and I've said to them, what's going on? When is it going to get done? Let me tell you something, I get more light in the winter than I do in the summer.
Because the leaves are off the trees.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I absolutely feel Simon's pain. Trees are beautiful. Trees are lovely when they're in the right place. But trees can also not only have a detrimental effect to people's light that comes into their properties if they are allowed to just get bigger and bigger and block out all the light, but don't forget trees can also cause damage to properties. They can block up guttering. Their roots can cause subsidence problems. So just always think very carefully before you plant a tree in your garden as to where you're planting it, just to make sure that it's not going to have any long-term implications on your neighbours. And be aware of the fact that if you plant a tree, you need to take responsibility for it. And those of us that have trees in our gardens, we can tell you that you need to get somebody round every now and then to cut it back and to keep it under control, because otherwise they just get completely out of control. Now, that's exactly the point we've been putting to this housing association. Simon's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Simon.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, Simon. Now, I know Tara's been speaking to this housing association, and they were suggesting last year, Tara, that they were going to come out and they were going to cut all these trees back to allow the light into Simon's property and others. But then there were delays, weren't there?
Always delays. Oh. Simon is well aware of these delays.
Oh, yes. Slow boat to China.
So back to China. What's the latest? What's happening now?
Well, it's 7 months since June, isn't it? And I know you came to the programme in September, Simon. So we're
right.
4 months later and we still were waiting for some more information. So there were quite a lot of trees that were involved in all of this. And it's Clarion Housing, that's your housing association. And they were saying that the permissions had been granted in the early stages.
Yes, because some of the trees had preservation orders on, they were saying.
A lot, yes, absolutely. So they needed to get permissions from the council. Well, then it transpired that the permissions hadn't been granted. I got in touch with the local authority to find out when that might happen, and they said that they should have something with us by December after some toing and froing. And then, unfortunately, it turned out that a decision hadn't been made, and I got in touch with the council again last week, and the information that I had was in positive news that they'd sent out surveyors, council officers, to look at the trees.
Okay.
What was going to happen then is that they were going to go back to the Housing Association because there were some issues that they still wanted to be looked at further. And once those issues were addressed with the Housing Association, that they would issue a decision next week. Now, that was what they told me last week.
Right.
And last night, I got an email.
Okay.
And there are quite a lot of trees involved in all of this. There's a very large conifer. There's a substantially sized silver birch. There's a catalpa, which is one of those nice Indian bean trees with the big old leaves that apparently don't look too good if they get windblown. But there's also about 11 lime trees and some other various trees.
Yeah.
Now, there is some good news here.
It's like living in a forest.
It is, absolutely.
I believe you and me.
Just think of the air quality, Simon. All that oxygen they're chucking out and all that CO2 they're getting rid of.
It's not Tarzan.
Anything, but you can breathe.
Well, there are some decisions that have been made, apparently.
Right, okay.
And it looks as though, yes, some of the trees can be removed. They've granted consent for the Indian bean tree to be felled and replaced. So there's a species that needs to be agreed on at some point. They've also granted consent for pruning of the conifer tree, which is quite close to your building. And that pruning is going to achieve a 2 metre clearance, which is quite substantial.
Right.
Do you think?
I'm not sure which tree it is, actually, to be honest with you, because there are so many trees around here, and I don't know which tree's from which, but...
Well, to be honest, in all these listings that I've got here, there are at least 14 named trees plus others, so it is quite a lot.
Oh my God!
The consent has been granted to repollard those 11 lime trees. And
I think I know which ones they are. Yeah,
they're ones that have been done before, and that repollarding is going to go back to previous pollarding points. But there is something significant here. They won't be felling to the ground the silver birch.
They won't be. The silver birch won't be going to the ground.
No. Apparently it's been deemed unnecessary and likely to be detrimental to tree health and therefore public amenity.
Is the silver birch one that particularly affects your property, Simon?
I'm not really sure. The one that's in front of my living room has not got a silver bark on it, so no, it's not that one.
Okay.
If you've got a poplar tree, then that's not. Sorry, a lime tree, then that's not so bad for you. It looks as though that's going to be pollarded back.
I mean, what's rather interesting is they obviously, to give the Housing Association credit, they're going the whole job, aren't they? This is not just a bit of light pruning. I mean, they're talking about trying to cut some of them completely down.
Yeah, they've applied to do a lot of work. Absolutely.
I'm quite impressed actually with the detail that's gone into this, I must admit, from what you're telling me.
Something else that's quite important for you, I know, they have granted consent to raise the crown for quite a few of the trees, so that crown only starts about 5.2 metres from the ground. But one thing they haven't agreed to is no reduction in height for these trees. There's a whole clump of them. They're called G1. I don't know what they are, but they're basically saying they're not going to take the height of them down by about 3 to 4 metres. Again, they've said it's detrimental to tree health.
Okay.
And also within this consent, the Housing Association has 12 months within which to do it, but they've also got to do it under the watchful eye of somebody from the council to make sure it's being done correctly. So now it's back in the hands of the Housing Association. So I'll get in touch with them now and find out what they're going to do with this and when the work might be done. But as Jonathan points out, it's quite a lot of work.
It is
there's
a lot of work.
of trees here.
Hugely expensive, all of this work. It's going to. You're talking about thousands and thousands of pounds worth of tree work. So to give the Housing Association their credit, they're not just talking talking about trying to cut corners here. This does sound like very substantial work on the trees. Mm-hmm. Well, I think we're just going to have to wait and see, aren't we, when they've done it, and just hope that it makes the difference that you're looking for, because it would be sod's law if the one tree the council has said, no, you're not touching that, is the one right outside your window.
And I've got a funny feeling it is.
Oh, no.
Oh, do you think that is the silver birch?
No, mine's not a silver birch, no, but the one outside my window is a huge, great big tree.
What does it look like?
Well, it's got
like a tree.
It's got some leaves. And it's green.
Yeah, some branches, yeah.
It's probably the biggest one of the lot.
Right, well...
So we'll see what happens anyway.
I don't know. Let's just hope that it is one they're going to, substantially cut back or even remove altogether. Listen, Simon, we will keep you posted of any developments. You please do the same, and we'll speak very soon.
Yeah, OK. So when the Housing Association gets hold of you, you'll come back to me, will you?
Yeah, of course we will.
And keep you in the loop.
If anything happens your end, please let us know as well.
Yeah, I will do. Yeah, definitely. Thank you very, very much.
Okay.
So tell me everything without naming any company names, and let's see what we can do for you.
Okay, right. So in September, I bought a brand new washing machine from a shop. Used it maybe six times. After a couple of weeks, about 4 weeks, I noticed that the conditioner was remaining in the drawer, the fabric conditioner. So in the middle of December, I called the retailer and I told them what had happened. And they straight away said to me, you have to deal with the manufacturer because they issue a 1-year parts labour guarantee with their products. I mentioned that I'd bought it from them and thought my contract to sell was with them because I listened to you, Jonathan.
Well done.
And they said, no, you have to go straight to them. Anyway, I rang...
Just as a bit of advice for you, and for other people listening, and this kind of thing happens to me as well. It's a common problem that retailers say, oh, no, sorry, no, you need to go and speak to the manufacturer. It is very often the case that a retailer will have a good relationship with a manufacturer, and that a manufacturer says to a retailer, if you have any after-sales problems, just send the customers our way, we'll get it sorted. Now, I don't have a problem with that. But I think it's always worth just saying to the retailer, if they say, well, you need to go and speak to the manufacturer, what I would personally say is, OK, well, that's fine. If you're suggesting that that's the speediest way of resolving the matter, I'm happy to go and talk to them. Be aware, though, my contract is with you, so if I don't have any joy, I'm coming straight back to you, OK?
Yeah.
And just make sure you put that on my file, please. Have a conversation like that. Make the retailer well aware of the fact that you know your rights. And even though you're happy to try and speed up the matter talking to the manufacturer, you're still going to come straight back to the retailer if they don't get it sorted because they're the ones to be held to account. So you, I presume, at that point went off to have a word with the manufacturer.
Yeah, that was mid-December. On the 23rd of December, they sent an engineer and he plugged in a diagnostic machine. He never done any other checks or anything. He looked at the only thing he did was pulled out the dispenser drawer. And he said, oh, your conditioner's too thick. Right. Well, I've been using the same conditioner for I don't know how many years. I said, oh, that's weird. And he said, yeah, it's too thick. He said, how much do you put in? And I showed him the capful that I put in. Well, you're probably putting in too much and it's too thick. And I said, well, do I need to dilute it down? And he said, well, that won't make any difference. I said, but if you're telling me it's too thick, surely... Well, no, it won't make any difference, just use less. And I thought, well, if I use less, it's still thick. So I wasn't very clear, and I challenged him, but he just wanted to get out. That was his diagnosis, so I carried on using half a capful. Then
Did he clear out whatever blockage had occurred?
He did nothing.
Well, surely if you were still putting half a capful in, it wouldn't have gone anywhere.
Well, some goes down, but some gets left behind, and each time you get a little bit more left behind in the thing. Now, prior to that, I had actually cleaned all the holes. When you take the dispenser drawer out, there's holes on the top. I'd already cleaned those out because I'd had previous experience many years ago with the machine blocking up there. So I'd already done that before I'd called the retailer. So back to the engineer, he plugs it in and says, no, it's too thick. Now I'm down to a quarter of a capful of conditioner and it still gets left behind. So,
how much did you pay for this washing machine?
£359.
Okay.
I have spoken to an independent person who's an experienced washing machine repair guy, and he didn't come round, but he talked me through what to do to check the holes, which I did. So you can see that the water is coming out of the holes above. So whether there's something gone inside or not, that we don't know. But according to the diagnostic machine, there's nothing wrong with it. Last night, I sent an email to the retailer and explained what had happened, and that I was making him aware that I was going to find out where I stood and keeping the retailer in the loop, because I was worried that if this goes on, the retailer might turn around to me and say, well, you've had that for 6 months now, where I reported the problem right at the beginning, and I'm just unsure where to go and where I stand. Should I go back to the manufacturer after sales, or should I go to the retailer, and where do I stand really?
Well, okay, I mean, it's an interesting one. Now, to start with, I was informed a long time ago by someone who knew about washing machines that you shouldn't use fabric conditioner too much because it can clog up your washing machine. So after that, I stopped using it for most of my washes. So, for example, if I wash my clothes, I don't put fabric conditioner in there. I just put disinfectant in the conditioner bit, so it just gives it a disinfect at the end. But if I'm doing towels or bedding, then I do put a bit of fabric softener in, but not too much. And touch wood, I haven't had a problem with it getting blocked up, but I know some people who like to use a lot of fabric conditioner, they have had problems with it all getting congealed and gunged up. But I think what's rather odd is the fact that your machine has started doing this so soon after purchase. I mean, this is, if you were using fabric conditioner, a lot of it, for a protracted amount of time, I could understand if after 2 years, for example, it was all gunged up, because I think fabric softener it's kind of quite fatty. It's quite a greasy, oily stuff, which is what obviously gets then into the fibres and makes your clothes feel nice and soft. It's kind of it's a lubricant, like an oily stuff that gets all into there, and that can clog things up. However, do you do hot washes in it? You don't just do cold washes, do you?
I don't do. I tend to do the regular 40 degree. I did actually change the conditioner to try a different one, and that still did the same. I
was going to say, that doesn't sound very... If you're using a decent brand of conditioner, that doesn't sound very likely to me. I mean, surely it's designed for this job.
Yeah, it's not clogged because the holes are releasing the water, because I was talked through how to do that test. So you basically put the machine on rinse, you take the drawer out, and the water pours down like a shower, and there's a hole directly above the conditioner.
Yeah, Sue's texting to say, sometimes fabric conditioner stays in the drawer. It helps if you use a toothbrush to clean the jets out above the drawer.
Yeah, that's all. I've done that. As I say, it's a new machine, and I probably only used it about 6 times, something like that. There's only 3 of us here. We're very light. Not that we're smelling, we don't change our clothes, but most of us wear uniform. So we've got minimum washing, really, and I probably only do 2 loads, sometimes 3 a week, depending on a build-up of maybe towels and things like that. Mm-hmm. But I tend to just do a 40. I have carried out one of the cleaning cycles when it's really hot.
Yeah.
But it's just not right. It should take the conditioner away. It's not clogged, from what I can see. Not that I'm an expert, but the holes are clear. There's nothing in them. There's no scale. I haven't had it long enough for it even to have scale in it. And I just think that I've got a machine that there's something wrong with, and they're going to keep saying there isn't.
What does it say in the instructions?
It says to use not to go above the line where the conditioner goes in.
Yeah.
Which I'd never do anyway, because I think, well, obviously that's the maximum. So I never put the maximum in. I only ever put the capful in, and now quarter of a capful. And I just feel that it's not pushing it through somehow. There's something...
Well, look, if you're following the manufacturer's instructions and it's not working, then ultimately it's the retailer that needs to be held accountable. It's going to be a bit of a job, to be honest, because if the retailer says, well, look, the manufacturer's been out, the manufacturer says it's the way you're using it. But still, this just doesn't seem right to me. You should be able to use fabric softener in a washing machine. In a reasonable way. And it certainly shouldn't be clogging up this soon after purchase. Just bear with. Roy in Luton, I gather, knows a thing or two about this. Hello, Roy.
Yeah, we had problems with our washing machine. And I rang the people up, the makers up, and said to them about it. Oh, well, he said, what you have to do, you have to have somebody come out and clean it. Not the manufacturer, somebody. And I thought, no, I'm not doing that. So what we brought some soda, and we put a little soda in with the washing, and that helps to clear everything. That's better than Calgon as well, because it's a lot cheaper.
Right, so it was the fabric conditioner, though, that wasn't emptying.
That's what was causing the problem in our washing machine.
Right. And did you ever talk to the makers of the conditioner?
Yeah, I told them, and they actually told me I'll get somebody out to clean it all out.
No, but the makers of the fabric conditioner.
Yeah, I told them.
Right, and they said...
You won't get this a problem, but you have to have somebody out to clean it all out.
Oh, the conditioner company said you'd have to get someone to clean it?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I said, no, I'm not doing that. And we don't use any now at all.
But the only thing is, Roy, how old was your washing machine at the time when it... Roy, how old was your washing machine when it was getting clogged up?
About 2 or 3 years old.
Exactly. But that's the point, isn't it? I mean, if Teresa was talking about a washing machine that she'd been using for several years that was getting clogged up with the conditioner, well, you could then say at that point, okay, well, maybe there's an accumulation of conditioner in the pipes, and therefore it's not working properly. But you'd only been using this washing machine for what, a month or so, Teresa?
Yeah, I noticed it after about 6 weeks. I mean, I tend to clean the drawer out about once a week. So when I came to clean it out the first time, there's still all conditioner in it. But it's not, the thing is, it is not clogged because you can see the water coming out of the holes. There isn't a clog. It's not forcing, because it goes out, the water comes from the top of the machine.
Yes.
Like a jet, into the conditioner
and then it should flush it down into the machine.
There's a pipe that if you take it out, it's got a little tube over a pipe that comes up.
Yeah.
And it's like a suction.
Yeah.
To suck it out into the machine and into the wash. Yeah. And it's not doing that. It leaves some behind, no matter how much I use, how little I use, should I say.
And if you try and dilute it as well, because obviously you get the concentrated fabric conditioner and then you get the more watery conditioner. Have you tried diluting it?
I tried diluting it, yeah.
And that doesn't work either?
No, and I run an empty cycle with water in the conditioner compartment, and it was still leaving some behind.
Right. Mark's in Bedford. Hello, Mark.
Morning, JVS.
Hi.
Yeah, these basically work on siphon. I'd done my apprenticeship when I was 16 fixing washing machines, so I had a little bit of fun for about a year. But long and the short of it is the water comes in the top, lands in the top of the drawer, fills it up so that it goes over that max line, and then there is always like a tube, like the lady's saying, or there's a cap which goes over a pipe which goes to the bottom of the drawer. Now, the theory is that the water level goes over the top of that with the water and the conditioner then mixed together. That's why it's in a jet. So it's in a jet to basically break it up. Then it goes over the level mark and then it siphons the rest of it down. So basically that you should be able to take a little cap off, and then inside that cap you'll find it's all congealed. Or if not, if she's saying she's got a pipe that goes through, it'll be that pipe that's blocked. If not, I would say that the conditioner's not breaking down correctly with it being cold water. Now, they stopped putting hot water feeds on washing machines years ago. I never understood the logic in it because, basically if you're heating your water in your house, you might as well use that instead of heating it with electric. But that's something that happened. But if you take the drawer out, actually take the drawer fully out, put some conditioner in it, and then fill it up with a kettle into the conditioner bit, you should see the water level go up, and then all of a sudden it'll just fall over, and then it'll just start draining. If it don't do that, then the problem's with the drawer.
So boiling water... I presume not boiling, but hot
water. Yeah.
Into the fabric section, the fabric conditioner section, and that then should release whatever is blocked there.
Yeah, if you can't take the cap off or you're not mechanically minded to take it to pieces, but be careful, obviously, because the conditioner's going to drop from the bottom of the drawer, so make sure you do it over the sink.
Right.
Oh, yeah. I nearly did that when I was, I have actually taken the little the little mesh basket, which is the level bit. I have actually taken that off, looked in it, because it's a tube, like a test tube almost, and there's nothing in there. There's no block. It doesn't seem that it's blocked. It seems like that the jet isn't sufficient, or the siphon mechanism, whichever it is. I can't remember what the gentleman said to me, to be honest, isn't sufficient to take it all out. And my concern, if it's leaving it behind, there's got to be something wrong, because it shouldn't leave it behind.
Or it's not fit for purpose. The machine has been designed with a flaw that means it's not whatever is happening with the pressure of the water that goes into the fabric softener section, or the pipe that it drains from, hasn't been designed properly, so it's not managing to get that conditioner into the drum.
Maybe, yeah. My worry is that it's going to go on, and then it could either get worse.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think 6 months down the line, it's a brand new appliance.
Definitely worth sorting this out now. Don't leave it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Mark, thank you very much for your call. Brenda in Hemel. Hello, Brenda.
Oh, hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Brenda. What would you like to say about this?
Well, I've had the same problem. I had a brand new washing machine. I put the conditioner in and had the same problem. Please tell your listener that she hasn't got a problem with either her washing machine or her fabric conditioner. It is a pressure of the water. It's the water pressure. My water comes from a tank in the attic because my washing machine is in a utility room. So the water pressure isn't as heavy or fierce as it would be from the mains. Therefore, as your previous caller said, it's not pushing the pressure from the fabric conditioner to push it up and over into the wash.
Okay, but then I presume, Teresa, your previous washing machine, you didn't have this problem and you would have had the same water pressure.
No, my machine is straight off the mains.
Oh, right. Right.
Yeah, it comes straight off the mains, and the holes above the fabric conditioner compartment, the water is coming out of it. It only, runs out. It doesn't gush out, but there's a mechanism, I believe, that pushes it into action to siphon it out, like the previous gentleman was saying.
Yes, well, we had that problem, and we went through we called out people and everything, and we were told it's definitely a water pressure. So if it isn't that, I'm afraid I can't be of any help at all.
Well, it's very useful to hear your suggestion anyway, Brenda. Barry's in Hemel. Hello, Barry.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Barry. Do you know a thing or two about washing machines?
Yes, I've employed them for 35 years. It's definitely the soap drawer. What happens is that the comfort sometimes don't always go away, and it congeals where you can't see it. The last chap you've just had on had the right idea, is if you take the soap drawer out, fill it up with
I have done that, yeah.
Yeah, fill it up and wait, and just leave it there for a little while. Then add a bit more hot water, and as he said, it'll go over the top, but it goes down a funnel. And down at the bottom of that funnel, you can't see it, but there's all the soap, the comfort just builds up, and it forms like a skin down the bottom. Hot water is the only thing that will shift it.
But would it do that within 6 weeks?
Yeah.
Because, surely, I've heard of this with washing machines where people have been using a lot of fabric softener for years, but to clog it all up so quickly after getting a brand new washing machine, that sounds a bit odd.
Well, if you have a look at some conditioners, some are thicker than others. I don't know what sort of make or label you're using, but try that first of all, and I think you'll find it'll suddenly clear it.
Well, Teresa, what kind of fabric softener do you use?
I've tried 2 different brands. The one I've used for years is a shop-owned brand.
Right.
And then I used an expensive one.
What, Lenore Comfort?
To try it out.
Lenore Comfort? What do you use?
Yeah, Comfort was the latest one.
Okay.
that
Well,
I've
I mean,
used, and the one I've used for years and never had a problem with.
No, I was going to say, this is the thing. I mean, people will be using these all the time. So just so we can try this, Barry, then. So you get a kettle.
Take the soap drawer out.
Take the soap drawer completely out, yeah. But then that will just leave a hole at the top of the washing machine, won't it?
Yeah, don't touch the washing machine. This is only to do with the soap drawer.
Right.
Put the soap drawer on your draining board.
Yeah.
Pour some hot water in it up to the level line, and then pour a little bit in after a couple of minutes. And as the last chappie said, you'll suddenly see the water disappear. If the water doesn't disappear, then there's a blockage of soap congealed in the bottom of it. And the only way that I know of clearing it is with the hot water. You know, you can put it in a sink full of hot water and just leave it there to soak for a couple of hours if you like.
But you've tried that, haven't you, Teresa?
Yeah. Are you and the previous gentleman, are you talking about when you take the drawer out, there's a little mechanism that lifts off. So there's a pipe that comes up, and there's a tube that goes over it, which is connected to the level.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing. Because what happened?
Well, I've taken that out and cleaned it with a pipe cleaner. There's nothing in there.
No, the pipe that goes down, and when you take the cover off, I know what washing machine you got now. When you take that little cover off, you'll see there's a pipe goes down. Now, that piece is where the water runs down and into the machine.
Right,
you can't get to the bottom of that because it's like hidden, as it were. So if any soap or whatever congeals at that bottom, then your water won't run away at the correct speed.
Well, I tell you what, let's try it. Let's try it. Teresa, you're at home now?
I am.
Right. Do me a favour. Go and take the drawer out. Fill your kettle with water. Boil the water up, but don't use boiling water, but very hot water. And just try. Put it on your draining board and put hot water into that drawer. Leave it for a few minutes, then put some more in, and then let's catch up with you in an hour and see whether that's then cleared the blockage.
Okay. Well, that's a relief. I don't have to do a live demo.
Let's just try. Let's try it, and if that works, great. If it doesn't work, then it sounds like I'm going to have to go and have a word with the retailer and suggest to them that they've sold you a washing machine that's not fit for purpose. Okay. Can you do
one other thing, Jonathan?
Go on, Barry.
What you could also try is what I said. Put some hot water in the sink and put the whole soap drawer in the water.
Yeah, that's what I do. To clean it
and leave it to soak for a while. And I think you'll find it'll work a treat. All these machines are different. We all know, but I'm sure the manufacturers have made their conditioner slightly thicker. It's definitely thicker than it was when I first started.
Yeah, well, as I say, I don't use too much of it because someone said to me it can clog up your machine. So I only use it for certain things, and most of the things I don't use conditioner at all. Listen, thank you very much indeed, Barry, for your advice. Teresa, we'll catch up with you in an hour and we'll see if that's worked. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. In consumer problems, speaking of which, do you remember Sandra? Sandra was telling me she paid £193 to see a virtual concert with her all-time favourite 80s band. It cost her so much money because she decided to pay extra to have a meet and greet with them. Well, she received a code to log on to the gig, but when she tried to input that code, well, it just didn't work.
I didn't get any of the gig, none of the gig, nothing at all. Even took a picture of it to prove it. My laptop was charged, the internet was good. Made a real big deal about it because, like I say, I've been a big fan since I was 12. I spent £80 on having my hair done the day before as well. It was just so devastating. It was really heartbreaking, really. I just really had to sort of fight back the tears a bit because I just thought this was meant to be one of the most sort of exciting nights of my life. You know, I get to meet my idol, and watching it all go wrong and there's no one helping you, it was really sad.
Well, the rather peculiar thing is when Sandra then contacted the company to say, help, I can't log on. She said she didn't get any kind of response to start with at all until several days later. And then when they did respond, they said, oh, sorry, we don't do refunds. Well, I mean, that's not acceptable. If Sandra has not had what she's paid for through no fault of her own, and she said that her internet was working at the time, there was no problem with her computer, she should have been able to log on. And in fact, she emailed them at the time of the concert, so it demonstrates she did have an internet connection at that time. Then this company are duty bound to refund her the money, because she did not get what she paid for. Well, that's exactly what I went to explain to this company. Sandra's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Sandra.
Hello.
Good morning. Now, I also managed to find the details for the manager of your favourite pop group. They are a very well-known pop group, and it was quite a job, to be honest with you, to get the contact details, but I managed to get the details for the guy that manages them. So I copied him in as well. I wrote to the company and I said, this is not on at all. Sandra's not at all happy. She spent all this money. They came back to me to suggest that they'd been straight in touch with you and you should be much happier. What's happened?
When I spoke to you the other day, I was checking my emails. I saw an email came through, and it was from the company saying that I will get the full refund and the usual 3 to 6 working days for it to go into the account. And they said, sorry for any inconvenience and frustration caused. And I had to read it 2 or 3 times. I couldn't believe it. I thought, hang on, this is literally the same day that I was on the phone to you. This was literally...
Oh, there you go.
6 hours later.
And isn't this peculiar from a company that said to you, oh, sorry, we don't do refunds?
Well, this is exactly what's been on my mind, is that how is it took me all this complaining for, nearly a solid month. And they're basically making it sound so impossible to help me with, and it just kind of felt like the same line on repeat to me, like, oh, sorry, it's taking so long, and nothing really.
Well, I'm pleased they've completely changed their stance, and I think we will call this a success. I presume the money hasn't yet arrived in your bank account?
No, it was to a credit card, so I'm going to be checking that in a couple of days, but I'm just really grateful. I just can't believe how quick you did it.
Well, there we go. Well, in theory, we've done it, but we need to make sure until that money's actually showing on the card. I'm not going to give the company the full horn, but I will give them just a little bit of encouragement, just one honk. That's all they can have, and they'll get the rest as soon as that money is back on your card. And let's just hope that next time there is a concert with this group, well, let's hope you can go and see them in person.
Well, definitely. I just wish I did my research first, because after this happened, I was looking on their particular social media page, and there were loads of unhappy people saying kind of similar issues, really, around the virtual event things, the same sort of things going wrong. And if only I'd read that first, I probably wouldn't have bought the ticket, But it's a lesson learned, and I'm just really grateful that you was able to deal with it so quickly.
Look, the point is, we all understand when you're trying to adapt what would normally be a proper full-on concert that you go to something that then happens online, there is always the potential for problems. We all understand that. Yeah, I think my disappointment is that when you notified them of the fact that you had not had what you paid for, they didn't come back to you and say, we're really sorry about that. We had some problems on the night and we've got it all sorted out now for future performances, but we're very sorry it affected you. Please have your money back. Instead, they just suggested that they were going to hang on to your money as well, which is just not acceptable. It's not acceptable.
I do find that shocking, actually. I do find it really shocking for a company that is legit. It's never normally a problem. I just thought, especially with a screenshot picture saying that they can see exactly what I was seeing, that this is not working, it's not letting me in. All that money.
Well, Sandra, listen, they've hopefully now actioned the refund. Please let me know as soon as the money's showing up on your card, and we'll give them the rest of the horn, OK?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Making a difference. Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Selena went to a retail park with her husband. It's one where you have to get a ticket when you arrive and display it on your screen. Even though you don't have to pay for it, you get free parking for 2 hours.
My husband got the ticket when we got there, put it in the front of my car, have a little compartment on the front on the dashboard. We put all tickets there if we need to for parking. We went along into the shop, came out in less than 2 hours, and we had her parking ticket attached to the car. And my husband managed to find the parking attendant, and he said, "Oh, there's not a lot I can do. It's already being put into the machine now, but just send the ticket off to the details on the back of the parking ticket." This was the 24th of January 2019. I think I'm on my fourth debt collecting company trying to get this debt, but I already had a ticket. They are now requesting £150 from me.
Well, this has been going on for nearly 2 years. Selena's had to send the original ticket off to the parking company at the start of all of this. Thankfully, she still has a photocopy of it, so she can prove that, in fact, on that day, they had indeed taken a ticket from the machine. She says they displayed it on the dashboard. However, their vehicle is a 4x4. It's quite high up. And she says that the ticket was displayed in a dip in the dashboard in the middle. Now, is there a chance that the ticket inspector was not very tall and they couldn't see where the ticket was? I don't know. But even so, she's got a ticket to show that they should have been entitled to park in that car park. Selena's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Selena.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. Now, I know Tara's been speaking to the company concerned here to try and get matters resolved. What have they had to say? What's the latest on this, Tara?
Well, I didn't go to the parking company because I've dealt with them before and I've never had a positive response from them.
Parking companies very rarely bother to respond. They don't seem to care about their reputation very much.
It is very difficult with this particular parking company because if I was to phone them and wanting to speak to someone who works in their media office, for example, it would just keep sending me to the line where I can pay my parking ticket. That's so frustrating if you want to speak to them for another reason, but that was certainly my experience. And I'm sure if Selena had been trying to get them through that number, that would have been something that she'd experienced too, to just query the parking ticket itself. So from my previous experience, I went to the company which owns the retail park and asked them to look into it on your behalf, Selena. And they got back to me before Christmas to say, yeah, that's fine. We would get in touch with the parking company and ask them to stop the ticket, and we apologise sincerely on our behalf for what has happened, and obviously it shouldn't have done. And then I got in touch with Selena to find out if she'd heard something, because I thought this was brilliant news, and she still hadn't. And after Christmas, I hoped that they would have resolved it by then, because I've been in touch with them again to make sure everything was happening and that this parking ticket was going to be cancelled. And I phoned Selena to find out if she had finally heard something, and again she still hadn't. So I got back in touch with the company that owns the retail park, and I know they were full of good intentions, and just explained, look, it's still not been done. Could you just get in touch with them again and find out exactly what's happening, because obviously we don't want this to go on any longer.
So the debt hadn't been sold on to a debt collection company that had no interest in the retail company?
The debt had been sold on because, Selena, you'd been in, as we just heard, there were a couple of debt collection agencies who'd been in touch with you. So, yes, that was true.
Yes, I think we was on the fourth one.
So what we wanted was for the retail park to say, the owner of the retail park to say, look, just cancel it and this will be done and dusted and Selena won't hear from anybody else again. So I phoned you for a second time after New Year, and the latest update is ... Selena.
A gentleman called me last week to say that it had been resolved and I wouldn't hear from anybody anymore. He left a voicemail, so I returned his call and asked him if he could put it in writing to me, and he was going to send me an email the following day. I still haven't received the email, but I just have a voicemail to say that it's been cancelled.
And this gentleman who called you, he was from the company that manages the retail park car park, is that right?
I assume so. He didn't. It was just a voicemail, and I only got a name, nothing else. But he said it had been taken care of.
It's worth finding that out, because if the debt has been sold to a debt collection company, and the debt collection company has no affiliation with the retail park, it's not really in their interest to take any notice whatsoever of what that retail park has to say, because
I think it must. Sorry, I think it must have been because he did say that they no longer use that parking company, which is why it's all been changed over there now.
Well, in that case, you definitely need something in writing from that retail park, because I suspect, And call me cynical, but I've been doing this for a very long time. I suspect you are still going to hear, not only from the debt collection company that has bought the debt, but probably from further debt collectors as well in the future, who will try and pursue you for the debt that they have bought, that they've paid money for, that they now want to see some return on. And what you need to do is to, when you receive any response from them, if you receive any response from them, is simply to write a letter back, to send a copy of the letter from the retail park to say, please see the enclosed letter. This debt was incorrectly issued in the first place. I will not be paying the bill, and I do not expect to hear from you any further. There's nothing they can do, because if they were to try and take you to court, you would obviously just arrive in the court with that letter from the retail park, at which point the case would fall down. But it may well be you'll still get hassled for that debt, unfortunately.
Okay.
Hopefully not, but I wouldn't be surprised if you did. So you need something in writing from that retail park. I wonder whether...
Okay, I'll get back onto them.
Yeah, I mean, I tell you what. What have you got? Just a telephone number for them or an email address?
I've only got a telephone number for them.
Okay. Give them a call. If you haven't received the confirmation in writing, either by email or letter, by Friday, can you let us know, and we'll just give them a nudge as well, just to make sure you get that in writing.
I will do.
Okay.
Most certainly.
Oh dear. Well, Selina, hopefully we're almost at the conclusion. For the retail part, they'll get that. They'll get the rest as soon as you've got your letter. Please let us know when it arrives.
Lovely. I will do. Thanks very much, Jonathan.
To Spencer, I know a lot of you have been following Spencer's saga on the programme. He bought a new front door and a new back door, plus some double glazing in 2014. He spent about £7,500. The doors and the windows came with a 10-year guarantee. Well, 6 years on, he spotted a problem with the front door he's not at all happy with.
February this year, I noticed that the door was peeling. So I thought, that's a bit unusual. So I phoned the company, took some photographs of the door, took them round, left them with the secretary. She said, we will be round on the 24th of March. Chap measured up for it and said, yeah, it's a problem with these doors. He said, normally due to weather, but I can see your door isn't affected by the weather from the position it's in. And it's, did I want another colour? Because the rosewood doors, apparently there's a bit of a problem with him. I have a letter from them dated the 21st of October, and it reads, the composite door supplier has still not confirmed delivery of your replacement door slab. I wrote back to them and said that I wanted to wait for the new door, and would they get in touch with me? Well, that was 3-4 weeks ago, and I haven't heard from them yet.
Well, this has been a bit of a nightmare, to be honest with you. If you've been following the story, you'll know what's gone on. All kinds of twists and turns. Spencer's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Spencer.
Morning, JVS.
So very briefly, I spoke to the company. The company said, yeah, we're getting out a replacement door, but there's been a delay. We'll get it as soon as we possibly can. Should be before Christmas. Christmas time, just before Christmas, they said, yeah, we think the door's arrived. We haven't checked it over yet, but it seems to be here. We're going to get it fitted before Christmas. Unfortunately, when they did check the door, it wasn't the correct door. So that was disappointing. You didn't get it replaced before Christmas. However, when I called them after Christmas, they said, yes, that is the case. However, it has now arrived. So we're going to get out there and we're going to replace it for Spencer. And indeed, when we spoke last week, you were saying they turned up, they took your old front door away, they boarded it up, they took it back to their workshop in order to swap over the lock and the handle and the glazing panels to the new door. However, when they came back, they had bad news for you. They said, sorry, but the new slab that has been ordered, unfortunately, isn't correct. And therefore, we can't fit it to your front door. So what they'd done instead was they had repaired your old door, but you weren't happy with that because you said the finish on it is not acceptable, and you're not very happy about the fact that the damage has already been spreading on the door, and you're worried that whatever patch they've repaired will simply get worse. Mm-hmm. So I said to you last time, right, well, I'm now going to go and speak to the supplier of the door slab. to find out what they have to say, because the door company that you've been dealing with, the local door company, had suggested to me that it was the supplier that had made the mistake. And they also suggested that they had now been in touch, or were going to get in touch, to get another replacement slab ordered for you. Well, I did have a response back from the supplier, and I just want to kind of run through this. They say, this particular local company has been a long-standing trading partner with us for over 30 years. We received this claim in October 2020. And we accepted and processed the claim according to our warranty terms and conditions of sale. In this case, the warranty claim was for aesthetic fading of the rosewood face of the door and no issue with the structure or security of the door set. In this instance, we would replace the door slab only, and our customer, the company that Spencer bought the door from, would then replace the door slab on site with this new one into the existing frame. Within the door industry, we are having massive stock issues. Normally, we manufacture door slabs within 7 working days. However, some stocks are currently taking up to 3 months to arrive from the Far East. In this case, the door slab came into us on the 12th of November, which was in fact damaged in transit. We then asked for another one from our supplier, and that one came in on the 10th of December. We manufactured and delivered it to the company that Spencer has been dealing with on the 22nd of December. Every door set is unique, so we don't hold any stock of door slabs. We have to order them in each time, hence the delays. Unfortunately, the company that Spencer bought his door from reported to us that the hinge edge was incorrect on this door slab when they inspected their delivery. We have numerous edges to our doors, and during the manufacturing process, our team have CNC'd this door slab, whatever that is, I don't know what that means, with an incorrect hinge edge, which is not compatible with the hinge positions on the current door frame fixed at the customer's site. We have arranged collection of the door slab from the company that Spencer's been dealing with, and we will be replacing it with a full door set, including a frame for the company to fit for their customer. We expect to collect the door next week, so that's this week we're in now, fabricate it into a new frame and deliver it to the company that Spencer has been dealing with the week after. They go on to say we've been trading for 30 plus years, surpassing 3 generations of honoured guarantees. We accept that the timing of this replacement hasn't been great. However, in the current stock situation, it is exceedingly difficult. If there had been a security issue with the door, we would have offered our lock manufacturer to attend to the site to rectify. So I took that as a very positive response, Spencer. It shows that, firstly, not only are they going to be going over and above, and in fact it sounds as if they're going to take the whole thing out, including the frame of your door, and put a whole new door in there. But they also have confirmed that it is their mistake, their end, and that it had indeed been reported to them by the company that you've been dealing with.
Well, two things, Jonathan. Firstly, I'm glad I'm sitting down with such a response from them, because that's absolutely wonderful.
Yeah.
But it does go to be the point where they said it was ordered in October, I think you were just saying.
Yes, I knew you were going to pick up on that. I mean, yes, that is frustrating, because I know you had been told, you say you'd been told many times that it had been ordered earlier on in the year. Well, for whatever reason it hadn't. The good news is they are now going to be, and it should be, arriving this week at some point, a whole new door, including the frame. So,
that's wonderful.
Fingers crossed, you will hear very shortly. I'm staying across this until it is sorted out, but you should have a whole new door, including the frame, delivered to you very, very soon. Hi, Philip. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, we have lived in this house for just over 20 years. And shortly after we moved in, we took out an appliance agreement to cover all the electrical equipment in the kitchen. So fridges, freezers, microwave, washing machine, tumble dryer, etc.
And you've had this for 20 years?
It's coming maybe 17 or 18 years, but for shortly after.
And how much do you pay?
£34 and something pence
a month. Oh, my word. So 34 times 12 times 17. So you've spent nearly £7,000.
God, don't put it like that. It sounds horrible.
Well, I mean, that is why many of us don't take out some of these policies, because you've spent £7,000. And over the last 17 years, how many claims have you put in?
Ooh, I think we have someone come out most years.
Do you? Okay. Well, maybe you've had your money's worth. It's a lot of money, isn't it?
I think it's a brilliant service. I actually recommend it to people.
Right. Okay.
Or up until now, I have. I mean, we've changed the equipment over the years, but they've come out. They fixed folders with the fridge freezer. They rebuilt the washing machine. Basically, instead of paying Currys or one of the other electrical retailers so much per year, you just pay it. They just cover everything.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, if you want to do that, that's up to you. So what's happened?
So basically, we called them in mid-December because we were having a problem with our fridge freezer, and they said no problem. We'll come out and repair it. But we got a backlog of work, and we can't get to you till, I think it was the 30th of December.
And what was the problem with the fridge freezer?
The problem was with the ice maker part of the fridge freezer, where it kept on jamming, and if you tried to use any of the mechanisms, the door would jump out.
Oh, I see. So not an urgent part of it. It wasn't as if the freezer had completely stopped working or anything like that.
No. And I mean, usually they come out the next day or maybe a day or two. And okay, I wasn't that enamoured with them taking 2 working weeks, but I knew it was Christmas and I knew everything was going on, and I thought, well, that's understandable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the day before, so on the 29th, they rang me and they said there's a shortage of engineers and they need to reschedule.
Mm-hmm.
So they rescheduled for the 12th of January.
Yes.
So again, I said, look, I've been a long-standing customer. Surely you knew about this before the 29th. You were going to have, were overrun with work as a result of Christmas. You contacted me before now.
But did they suggest that some of their staff had been off with coronavirus or things like that? Because obviously this pandemic has had a huge effect on some businesses, particularly, I would have thought, businesses that send engineers into people's houses. I would imagine that statistically some of the staff would be unwell.
Yes, and although it wasn't a major issue, so yes, I was happy. I was content with it going through to the 12th of January.
Okay, are you going to tell me they cancelled that one as well?
So basically, they rang me up on the 11th of January, and they actually went through and discussed the issue. So they did do some sort of analysis of the issue.
Mm-hmm.
They deemed the repair not urgent.
Yeah, I would agree.
And I agree. But what bothers me is that that they said that you can't. They got to reschedule it, and they're not actually able to tell me when. They said sometime March, April time, possibly.
March, April?
Yes.
Right, okay.
But they weren't prepared to give me a date, and at which point they use the word COVID because everyone is it, which I can understand. But they said because they were not, they think because it was classified as not urgent, they weren't happy to send an engineer into my property.
Yes, and the reason why I can understand that is, if, for example, your fridge had just stopped working and you had no functioning fridge or freezer, or if your washing machine had stopped working and you couldn't wash any of your clothes, or if your cooker had stopped working and you couldn't cook anything, that's obviously a priority case. And you would like to think that a company, particularly in the middle of a pandemic, when the chances are they may have a slightly reduced workforce, they may have some members of staff who are off sick, you would understand that they should absolutely be prioritising cases where people have got urgent problems where they cannot use the machine at all. The fact that your ice maker doesn't work on your fridge freezer, in the grand scheme of things, is certainly not a priority. You can simply either not have ice in your drinks or use an ice tray and make ice in that way for a temporary period. However, there does come a point, I recognise, where you've spent, by my working out, about £7,000 with this company over the last 17 years. And it would be nice to know when exactly they are going to come out. And it would be nice for them to recognise that actually you're not having the level of service from them, for whatever reason, that you would expect at this time. Now, have they offered you any kind of discount off your policy for a while, just to take into account the pressure they're under and the fact that they haven't been able to come straight out to you?
I actually requested that, and they said no, they weren't offering that. What they did say is if I could find a local company that would come out, they would pay the bill.
Okay, fine. Seems very reasonable.
But if they're not able to come out to do the repair, why should they then make another company do the repair on their behalf? And they weren't prepared to find a company to do the repair.
Okay. So what do you want me to do?
Well, I think that the minimum they should be offering me is a reduction in payment of the repair of the warranty, the maintenance agreement.
Yeah, I would agree with that, actually. I think the fact that you've been paying every month and for whatever reason they are not able to get out to fix your machine when you've paid for that level of cover, I think absolutely they should be taking that into account. I don't think they should prioritise your ice maker, because I'm sure they have many customers out there who've got entire fridges that don't work. And it's much more important that those people get help than you get help for your ice maker. But I completely agree with you. At the moment, it would appear you're just not getting what you've paid for. You're not getting the level of service, and they really should be taking that into account. Tara.
Hello.
Can I pass Philip back? Can we just go and have a little word with this company and see what they have to say? You know, we're not going to go and say to them, right, you need to get round to Phillips and fix his ice maker now, because we recognise it's not a priority. But surely, you know, he's spending over £30 a month on this, has done for 17 odd years, and surely they will admit at the moment they're not offering the level of service that they would normally.
And from what Philip says, he could end up waiting 4 or 5 months to try and get this repaired.
Absolutely. OK, leave it with us. Philip, we will go and have a word with them and see what we can do for you. And hopefully your ice maker will be fixed as soon as they can possibly get an engineer out to you.
OK.
Thank you. Hang on there, please. 08081 008800. That's the number if you have a consumer problem.
Fighting for your rights.
Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC. Three Counties Radio.
Now, Teresa purchased a new washing machine in September of last year. After about 6 weeks, she noticed that after each wash, there was still fabric softener left in the dispenser. So she got in touch with the retailer, who said, no, you need to go and speak to the manufacturer.
On the 23rd of December, they sent an engineer, and he plugged in a diagnostic machine. He never done any other checks or anything. He looked at the only thing he did was pulled out the dispenser drawer. And he said, oh, your conditioner's too thick. Right. Well, I've been using the same conditioner for I don't know how many years. I said, oh, that's weird. And he said, yeah, it's too thick. He said, how much do you put in? I showed him the capful that I put in. Well, you're probably putting in too much and it's too thick. And I said, well, do I need to dilute it down? And he said, well, that won't make any difference. I said, but if you're telling me it's too thick, surely... Well, no, it won't make any difference, just use less. And I thought, well, if I use less, it's still thick. I carried on using half a capful.
Well, the problem remains. Lots of you called in a little earlier with your advice. Teresa's back on the JVS show. Hello, Teresa.
Hello, Jonathan.
Now, the advice overwhelmingly seemed to be that there must be a blockage in the drawer part of the washing machine. So the advice was take the dispenser drawer out, put it on the draining board, pour some hot water all over it or soak it in hot water, and there is probably a blockage in a part that you can't see underneath the drawer, and that should hopefully clear whatever is blocked. So have you now done that?
Yes, I have, Jonathan.
How did it go?
Well, when I took the drawer out on inspection and I lifted up the bit that goes over the pipe that comes up, you can actually see down the pipe through it, so it was completely clear. But I did the experiment anyway, filled it above the maximum. It ran out. I could see it running out, like the two gentlemen explained. Yeah. But it still leaves some behind. It only takes maybe half to 3/4 of it out. Then I also, on top of that, managed to get in a quick wash, like a 30-degree wash.
Yeah.
And I used half a capful, and it is still leaving it behind. So it's a mixture of water and conditioner.
Fine. We need to go and have a word with... Yeah. No, it sounds like we need to go and speak to the retailer.
You can see there's no blockage, though, Jonathan, because you can actually see through the tube.
Okay.
That runs down into the machine.
Right, hang on there. Tara, I'm going to pass Teresa back. Can we get some detail and just go and speak to this retailer? And it sounds as if this machine has got some kind of fundamental problem with it. It's not acceptable. Teresa, can you hang on there? I'm going to pass you back to Tara now.
Thank you.
Stay there, please. Thank you very much indeed. It's the JVS show, BBC Three Counties Radio. Now, Marilyn came to me. She was telling me that she and her husband purchased a new bed in October of 2020. It was a king-size bed, 2 separate mattresses. It cost £1,871.98. It's an electric automatic adjustable bed, all singing, all dancing. Well, as Marilyn was having new carpets fitted on the day of the delivery of the bed, she wanted to make sure that the bed did not arrive until the afternoon, because the carpet in the bedroom was going to be fitted in the morning. Then obviously the bed could arrive and go on top of the nice new carpet. Well, despite agreeing that they wouldn't deliver the bed before 2:00 in the afternoon, you can guess what happened. The van turned up at 7:30 in the morning.
They apologised. I said, no, it's supposed to be 1,400 hours.
Did you send them away?
I did. No, it was them who offered, actually. They said to me, they'll come back after 2:00. And they never turned up. So we spent 2 weeks on the floor, sleeping on the floor. They eventually came back and they delivered the bed. And the bed was so hard, it is like sleeping on a rock. 2 different mattresses, 2 different tensions, lopsided. And they said to me, okay, they'll get in touch with the company who makes the bed, the manufacturers. They find out it's not what I asked for and not what was ordered in the shop. And when I asked for my money back, they said to me, I'll have to lose 20% of my money.
Well, as you can imagine, Marilyn wasn't very happy about all of this. I promised her I would go and speak to the company and try and get matters resolved. She's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Marilyn.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello. So the company concerned is Benson's for Beds.
Yes.
They came back and said, we apologise for the confusion over this order. Our supplier wasn't aware of the original afternoon delivery requirement, and clearly the situation is now compounded by the delivery of the wrong mattress. Our customer service team has now been in discussion with the customer. We're hoping to resolve this with them directly. Well, I know they did get in touch with you, and indeed they promised delivery of the new mattresses yesterday. Did they turn up? Are they the correct ones? And have you had a good night's sleep, Marilyn?
They did turn up yesterday. They delivered. It was the correct size. But since it was my first night, I don't know if I had a good night's sleep, because I need to get used to it.
Right. Did it feel better than the last mattress?
It is much, much better than the last one.
Good. Okay. Is the mattress is the correct one?
The correct ones, I suppose, as I would say, I have lost confidence in the manufacturers, and they would give me anything to shut me up.
Well, I don't know that that's necessarily fair. I think, yes, it's very regrettable that they mucked up the delivery from the outset. It's very regrettable. If, however, they have now delivered to you the correct bed, the correct mattresses, the mattresses that you chose, then they have done what they need to do. And I presume, when you first purchased this bed, I presume you tried the mattresses. Very important to always try mattresses.
We tried the mattresses, and what they did in the shop was to get us to lie down on the mattress.
That's right. You should lie down on a mattress for at least 20 minutes, and in all positions, just to make sure that it's comfortable.
Yes, and then they decided, yes, you should have 3. That is the right correct tension for the 2 of you.
Okay.
So that's what we agreed, and on the bed it's actually it's written on there 3, so I take it that's the correct one.
So you have got the right one. Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm pleased that they have now delivered you the correct bed. It sounds like you're still not happy, but if they've delivered you now what you ordered, then you've now got what you should get, and it's a shame they didn't do that from the outset, but do I thank them or not?
I'll keep you updated on that, because my husband is not around at the moment, so he needs to try it out to see what he thinks.
Okay.
And as soon as he do, I'll email you to let you know the situation.
Do I give them half of the horn, Marilyn?
Half.
Half.
Oh, good morning.
Hello, Yvonne. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Well, on the 19th of December, my husband was going into a shop when a woman on a mobility scooter ran into him, pushed him against the wall. He had 2 lacerations to his leg. The ambulance was called. He was taken to A&E, and he's been under the district nurse ever since, and it's coming up 5 weeks on Saturday.
Now, why did this woman run him over on a mobility scooter?
Well, we don't really know. I think as she was getting closer, she was saying she couldn't stop, but don't know why, because apparently when you take your hands off the handlebars or release everything, it just stops automatically.
So it was a kind of runaway mobility scooter.
Well, as far as we know, but we haven't heard her side of the story. The police were called because it was classed as an RTA. She took a statement at the hospital from my husband. She rang us on the Monday, 2 days after.
When you say she, do you mean the police officer?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. She rang us she rang my husband's mobile to ask what happened, what the injuries were, and she did say she was going to see the lady that day, and she would let us know what had happened, but we've heard nothing. We have tried to contact her, but we've had no luck. So that's that part.
So when this, so I'm clear, because it sounds horrible. So your husband was in the shop. What was he doing in the shop at the time?
He wasn't in. He was about to go into the shop.
Oh, okay. So he was at the entrance
towards the shop. Yes.
And all of a sudden, he hears a woman shouting, "I can't stop."
And then he looked, and then he looked, and then before he knew it, she'd run into him.
She'd ploughed into him and pinned him up against the wall or the door?
Yeah. Or? Yeah, she moved him a few yards to the wall.
Right. How old is your husband?
He's 63 next Tuesday.
Right. Okay. So she must have been going at quite a pace to pin him against the wall.
Well, we don't really know that because. She went, when the ambulance people came, they took her details, and then she went off, but I think her scooter was damaged.
Right. And was she an old lady or younger?
I don't know. I think, my husband didn't really, because he was in shock at that point, because obviously there was blood, obviously all in his sock, which we had to chuck away, but the people from the shop, that he was going into, the staff came out with a chair and sat him down. So I think he was in shock, so he didn't really... But I presume she was an elderly lady. I'm not sure.
Well, she obviously didn't know how to control the mobility scooter, did she?
No, and this is another point which maybe when you have another programme and I can join, there needs to be a law on them. But I know this is not the time to discuss it now. But
we have had discussions along those lines. I remember many years ago, Yvonne, I did a phone-in programme. It was when I was working on Radio Northampton. I did a phone-in programme talking about mobility scooters and whether people, were safe to drive them. And I'll never forget, there were two very memorable stories. The first one was where somebody was in a supermarket and this lady came tearing down the aisle on a mobility scooter, and she knocked over this chap and drove actually over him, breaking one of his legs.
Oh.
She then, in the panic, hit reverse, drove back over him and broke the other leg. There was another case of a mobility scooter hurtling down a supermarket aisle. Elderly gentleman saw her heading towards him. He opened the freezer door and just jumped headfirst into the freezer and got himself lodged in amongst the frozen vegetables.
Oh my goodness, that's horrible.
Unfortunately, mobility scooters can cause all kinds of problems if someone on the mobility scooter is not in full control of the vehicle. And they are actually, even though they don't go terribly fast, I think the maximum they can do is about 8 miles an hour or so, they're quite heavy.
Yes, some of them are very large, I've noticed. And,
that's right.
Because of the pandemic, more and more people are getting them because they don't want to go on public transport or in taxis. So they think, we get one and go to the shop. But they don't really realise. And they buy them, if they buy them online, they don't know if those scooters are serviced. I think, we have to have an MOT on a car, so should they have to
yes,
be serviced.
And the fact this woman said that her mobility scooter was kind of a runaway mobility scooter, is there a chance that it hadn't been properly maintained? And the throttle got jammed or something, and she literally, she couldn't stop it. Although surely she could have, even if it was a runaway, surely she could have directed it at a wall rather than at a human being.
We don't know, because we haven't heard from the police lady that went to see her. Because you see, it's a civil matter. They don't want, because it's not law that they have to have insurance. The police don't really want to get involved in it. But we don't know why we haven't heard from her. I've tried calling her. I've sent her messages on her mobile, which she gave me a card. But apart from going into the police station and actually inquiring, because we've got an incident number, we just don't know what the lady said to the police lady, if she even went there.
And when you say you've tried calling her, do you mean you've tried calling the police officer, or you've tried calling the woman who hit your husband?
No, I have got her phone number, and somebody did say, why don't I ring her? But at this stage, because we sent her a letter, which was more official, I thought, then that might be a road to go down. I really don't know. But the police lady, we've got her card, and we tried to ring her because we've got an incident number.
Yeah.
But she hasn't responded to any of my messages.
Now, do you have home insurance, Yvonne?
I do, and I have looked at it.
Do you have legal cover?
No.
Oh dear.
I don't think so. I did ring my insurance company because we've just renewed our contents insurance. If we had a mobility scooter and we did this to somebody, we could claim on our insurance.
Yes. The reason why legal cover would be very useful, and legal cover is always offered to you when you take out a home insurance policy. You're offered to pay the extra. It's normally about 25 quid, £30 tops, to have legal cover added to the policy. Now, that provides you legal assistance for a range of reasons. Some of those reasons may be to do with, neighbourly disputes or something that directly affects your house. But also that legal cover can provide, really is worth the money because it can provide you with legal advice and legal expertise for employment law issues, if you have a problem with your employer. And certainly with a matter like this, a civil matter of injury, I would have thought your legal cover would definitely be able to help you, and you would then have a firm of solicitors acting on your behalf who would be able to pursue this woman I don't know quite what you're looking for from this. So did your husband have to take time off work? Was there loss of earnings kind of issue?
He did. Yeah.
Right.
Yes,
Okay.
he did. Yeah.
So that, of course, your loss of earnings, your out-of-pocket expenses as a result of this accident caused by this woman on the mobility scooter,
also it's put stress on, because we have a dog, so all over the Christmas, my husband couldn't walk her, and I'm a carer out in the community, so I was having to get up at 5:30, take Polly for a walk before I went to work, because we do it between us, but I've had to do all of everything, so it's had an impact on me, and, everything to do with he couldn't go anywhere, he couldn't walk.
Now, let me just make something clear. I am very, very happy to pursue companies and individuals for problems that cost customers money, and I'm prepared to pursue people for out-of-pocket expenses if, for example, as a result of X, Y, or Z, you are then a certain amount of money worse off because of that problem caused by that other person. What I don't get involved in on this programme are compensation claims.
Yes, I understand.
For stress and suffering and things like that. It's that's not something that I will get involved in. If what you're seeking is for the money your husband missed out on as a result of not being able to work because he got run over by a woman on a mobility scooter, then I'm more than happy to take that up on your behalf. Have you tried, because I'm just trying to think who would be the best person to assist you with this, have you tried speaking to personal injury lawyers that would take on this kind of case?
Yes, I have, and yes, they sent me all the papers to fill in if I want to proceed.
And what did they suggest in terms of how easy it would be to make a claim?
Well, they haven't yet. This is just the first process. We have to read. There's quite a lot of reading to all the forms, but they say they will take it on.
Right. I think before you start doing that, what you need to do personally is to do a little bit of digging around on the woman that hit your husband. Because if that, for example, if that lady is an elderly lady who doesn't own her own property, who hasn't got a car, who hasn't got very much money, then what's the point of pursuing her? Because you're not going to get, if you get lawyers involved, you're not going to get anything. It's just going to end up costing you a whole load of money, and you're going to have loads of stress.
That's right, yeah.
And if she doesn't have an insurance policy on either the mobility scooter or on her property that would help her to reimburse your husband for his loss of earnings, for example, then it may well be that you're just, you're chasing someone who simply doesn't have the money to pay. If, however, this woman owns her own property, if she's got a nice car sitting on the drive, if she's got thousands of pounds in a bank account and she's got an insurance policy on her property that also contains a level of liability, public liability insurance as well, then obviously it is well worth pursuing. Because have you got witnesses who were there at the time who could vouch for the fact that this woman did indeed run your husband over?
Well, the people that was the shop, I should think they came out. So because they bought a chair, whether they actually saw it.
But that's different to your husband having a list of names and telephone numbers of people who were there at the time who were prepared to be witnesses.
Yes. Well.
So you don't have that.
No.
Okay. Well, I think probably the most useful thing for us to do. Have you got just the lady's name and telephone number, or have you got an address as well?
Oh yes, I've got an address.
Okay, and have you tried?
Because I sent her a letter. Did you?
That's right. Sorry, yes, you did say you'd sent her a letter.
We sent her a letter. Asking her telling her what the injuries were, because she's got no idea.
And have you done a recce on her property to see whether it's a property that she owns?
No, we haven't. We looked at the street. You know, we know the street, but we haven't actually been there.
Okay.
I mean, it looks like they were like council properties, but whether she owns it, we don't know.
Well, that should be fairly straightforward to find out. You can normally look at through the Land Registry Office and any records there whether there have been sales on the property. And if it is indeed a privately purchased property, then you should be able to find that out. And obviously, if she owns her own house, that is advantageous. If it's a council property, it may well be that she actually doesn't have very many assets. So, to be honest with you, if that's the case, what's the point in pursuing her? You're going to, as frustrating as it is, you're going to end up just probably spending time, money and effort with lawyers chasing a woman who turns around and says, well, I haven't got any money, so you can't get anything out of me anyway.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah, I mean, I think fundamentally it's crackers that people do not have to, by law, have an insurance policy on a mobility scooter that provides public liability insurance. I know some good retailers do insist on it when people buy mobility scooters from them. But as far as I'm aware, the law does not state that you have to have an insurance policy.
Correct, yeah. That's my next mission, to email the MP, the Aylesbury MP, and sort of put my case forward about that it should go to Parliament, that there should be a law in place that when you do purchase one of these, that you actually have some sort of liability or third-party insurance.
I think you're quite right. Just hang on one second. Denise is on the line. Hi, Denise.
Hi, John.
Hi. You wanted to add something to this?
Yeah, I just wanted to make the point that it is actually quite easy for mobility scooters to run away with you, because mine has got what I think is a design flaw where the part that you hold can actually clip underneath the main body of the scooter, the handle section, and then can actually run away with you. So I do have sympathy for the lady who actually was involved in the accident, because it is easily done. It's happened to me.
Well, okay, but then if you feel there's a design fault that makes it dangerous and as a result of that danger you might run into someone, then surely you have a duty of care not to go out on it until that design fault has been rectified.
Yes, I agree, but when it happened to me, I was actually heading towards a wall. There was actually nobody involved.
Okay.
And I've modified the way that I actually use my scooter now.
Okay.
You're supposed to use them with two hands. When I bought mine, the chap who sold it to me is no longer trading now, but he had me going around his car park section, making sure I could actually control it.
And do you have an insurance policy to cover yourself if you did cause any damage or injury to anyone else, Denise?
Yes, I do. When I got my scooter, I was given a free 3-month policy, and then each year I purchased a policy, and it cost me about £35, and I'm insured if I sort of run anybody over, hit anything, or if I break a door, because I've seen somebody actually clip a glass door and the whole glass door fractured.
Well, that all sounds very sensible, and I think that's really all Yvonne is particularly interested in, that people should take more responsibility, like you're doing, for these vehicles that you're driving around on. Denise, thank you very much indeed for your call. What I'll do, Yvonne, let me pass you back to Tara. Tara, can we get a bit of detail? I think we need to try and find out a little bit about this lady that hit the husband. Let's try and speak to her, and let's find out if she has a home insurance policy. If she does, that may well make it much, much more straightforward.
Okay, let's get some information.
All right, Yvonne, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to Tara now. Philip ordered 4 large sash windows and a new front door for the former chapel he lives in. Well, a number of companies had been round to quote, but some of them were very honest and admitted that it was, well, to be honest, it was work they couldn't take on, as it was quite an involved job. Well, finally, he did find a firm, who were prepared to take on the work. It was going to cost £7,000. He paid a deposit of £1,400 on November the 16th. But he said, having paid that money, he hadn't heard anything from them since.
So far, it was actually okay. And on the 22nd, we had the survey. This was 22nd of November. They came round, did the survey, agreed everything that was on the contract. So we walked around the house. They sort of just looked and understood exactly what I was saying. Sadly, really, from that point on, we've not been able to get a response from them. So on the contract, it says that there's an expected installation date between 3 to 6 weeks following the survey. So obviously we left it a little while, and then when we didn't hear anything, we started to contact them. Countless phone calls, 3 emails, 2 recorded letters, and really all we wanted was an installation date. But now we've done even more research, and I'm feeling that I should try and pull the plug and try and get my money back.
Yes, well, a crucial part of this story is that Philip came across this company when he was cold called by them. He hadn't been recommended them by other people. They called him looking for work. Now, to be fair to Philip, he said he did do a bit of digging around on the company after they'd cold called him, and he did find some positive reviews. Although there's a slight question mark in our mind over whether those reviews are actually about the company that Philip had employed to do the work. He's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Philip.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. Now, I know Tara's been doing lots of work to try and get hold of this company, and one of the crucial things you found out, Tara, is that this company has an almost identical name to another company that does seem to have a very good reputation, but they're a completely different company based in a completely different part of the country.
Absolutely, yes. There is just one small little symbol separating them when you look them up. So, yeah, they're very similar. And, yeah, there were quite a lot of very positive reviews, even when you look up the company that Philip had employed. There were lots of positive reviews there, but they seem to be including the name of the person who runs the company elsewhere. So there's obviously a bit of confusion in all of this.
Yes.
So I know that, Peter, you'd had a lot of difficulty in getting any response from them at all. So I was going down the same route, and I started off by phoning their sales number, which was picked up straight away. And I spoke to a young woman, and I explained the situation, and she said she would be able to get someone to give me a call back. And I said at the time, well, I didn't feel that I was entirely confident in that, purely because we were representing you and you'd had a lot of difficulty. Oh yes, no, it'll be absolutely fine, someone will get back. Well, they didn't. So I went telephone call, email, and then telephone call. I did this over 4 days, hoping that they would make use of the opportunity I'd given them to come back and give us their side of the story, because there are always 2 sides to every story. And then on the 4th time when I phoned them, just to say I'm disappointed in this, I have already spoken to one of your salespeople. I'm speaking to you now and I'm recounting the story, and you're offering me the same option again. Don't worry, we will get back to you. And he said, well, we're all working from home at the moment, so I can't put you through to anyone. And I said, yeah, that's fine. I understand that part of it.
But you've had enough time to bother to get someone to call us back or respond to an email.
Bearing in mind that you had sent 2 recorded letters as well, hadn't you, Philip, to them to try and get some sort of response. Anyway, I was very pleased that after my 2nd phone call, but 4th attempt at contact, within about an hour and 15, I got a call back from somebody elsewhere within the company who was very smiley voiced and said that they had been in contact with you and that everything should be resolved shortly. And I want to ask you exactly what you heard, just to make sure it tallies with what I heard.
Yes, what did they say to you when they called you, Philip?
Okay, yeah, so Monday they gave us a call, and as you say, a very smiley, happy chap was talking to me, and he explained very similar to what you just said, that everybody's working from home and nobody's had a chance to look at this or that. However, he did say they've looked at my situation and they were happy to give me a full refund within 3 to 5 working days.
Now, that presumably means that they had not begun to manufacture your windows, because I bet if they'd started to manufacture your windows, they would have put up more of a fight.
I would say so too, yeah.
Yeah. So having given this money back in November time to this company, it would appear they've done very little with it. Now, I think that's good. We were at a stage where we were going to be identifying the company, but it's always a little bit more problematic, and we are less enthusiastic about doing so when we know that the company name is a name that is shared with a very good company that seems to have lots of very happy customers. And in fact, Tara, you did speak to that other company at one point, and they said they'd been confused with this other lot previously, didn't they?
That is correct,
yeah.
yes.
So this is the slight problem that we have. And this is why, if you are cold called, I guess let's just start at the basics. If a company is cold calling you, it's because they don't have enough business on. And then they're trying to generate more business. Now, that can be fine. That can be perfectly reasonable. There are all kinds of companies, for example, if they are expanding, they might be able to then take on more customers than they had previously. It may well be that a company is just starting out and they want to try and appeal to more customers because people don't yet know who they are. But it should always just make you think twice. Why is this company, why have they not got enough work on? Why have they got time to call me and try and generate work from me? Now, if you then do all of your homework and you satisfy yourself that it is a genuine company, not to be confused with any other with a similar sounding name, and that for whatever reason they've expanded and they're therefore able to take more work on, and you therefore want to employ them, as long as you've done your homework and you've satisfied yourself, that's great. But it should always just ring a little alarm bell when you're cold called as to why have they got time to do this? Because I don't know about you, Philip, but all of the people I know who work as builders, electricians, double glaziers, they're all very, very busy. And they're very busy because their reputation precedes them. And lots of customers are always demanding their work. And in fact, you'll normally have to wait for them. They won't have time just to drop everything and come and do a job for you. It should always just ring a little alarm bell. That's what I really want to try and get across. So you've now got all of your money back, have you?
Yes, it was refunded yesterday afternoon.
What are you going to do, though, about getting the windows? Because you still need to have those windows done, do you not?
Yes, we still need all the rear windows done in the house. So it's one of those where I've got to sit down and just start carrying on, looking through, asking people, and really trying to find somebody who's a little bit more reputable than the people that we tried earlier on.
Well, also, the other thing I would say to you is I think you need to find a company that is a specialist in interesting and unusual properties. Because if you just employ the services of a bog standard double glazing company that is very good at going into square shaped houses and taking out one old set of UPVC windows and putting in a new set, they may not necessarily have the skills and expertise to deal with an old listed converted chapel with unusual shaped windows that in fact will require removal of bricks and then reinstatement of those bricks around the windows. Just out of interest, Philip, what area are you in?
Whipsnade.
Okay.
Bedfordshire.
Well, okay, and so Whipsnade, I wonder whether, if anybody listening to the programme who lives in an interesting, characterful property, maybe a conversion of some kind, and you too have required the services of a window company that were specialists in this kind of intricate building, if anybody listening is able to recommend a firm that might be worth Philip just, looking up and doing his own due diligence on and having a conversation with, that would be very useful, because otherwise you're going to be back to the drawing board, aren't you, on this, Philip?
Indeed. I'll be back to square one, which I was about 3 years ago when I started really trying to find somebody to do this, and pretty much everybody was turning me down. Yeah.
Well, there will be a reason why they're turning you down, and it may well be that they looked at the job and felt a little bit out of their depth. But I'm sure there must be good companies out there who are specialists in heritage buildings and things like that are used to more complicated window jobs and would be happy to quote for this job, although it may well cost you a bit more than £7,000.
It may well do.
Interesting bit of advice as well from Will in Wigington. Thank you for this. This is good advice. Regarding the windows, it also might be worth contacting the conservation officer at your local authority to see whether they know of any companies that specialise in heritage buildings and that kind of thing as well.
Yes, it's a good idea, because I did contact them, obviously, when I got the front windows done, but I never obviously asked them if they had a list of people that would come out and do this. So, yes, that's a very good idea.
Yeah, OK. Well, obviously, if we hear of any companies that may be worth mentioning to you to have a conversation with, we'll pass that on. But good luck, and at least you've now got all of your money back from that other company, and I think in some ways you may well have had a lucky escape.
I think I've had a very lucky escape, and I've got to say a big thank you to you and your team. Just amazing work. Thank you.
I'll say thank you to Tara for putting in all the calls on that one, and we will thank the company for giving you your money back, although it's very disappointing and a bit concerning that despite numerous different methods, and I do understand that things are more complicated at the moment, but there is a limit. It's a great shame that it took so long, but there we go.
I did ask them why they hadn't replied to any of Philip's messages, and they said that they'd only just got back to work, and I said, well, I didn't feel that was strictly correct because their sales line was open.
Yeah, somebody had answered the phone
throughout.
Previously.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? So someone's able to answer the phone when it comes to generating new business, but not dealing with existing problems. Interesting. Well, listen, we will thank them anyway for giving you the money back, and that company is now on our radar. Philip, any other problems, you know where we are. Hayley wants a complete career change. She wants to be a personal trainer. She's paid a significant amount of money to get the right qualifications.
I paid for this course back in January in full via a bank transfer, and the sum of that was £1,995. It all started off really positively, and obviously I was really excited to be having the opportunity to take that chance with a new career. I did all my theory papers, which were online, and then after that, the next stage was to obviously do practical assessments. I was told that because it was a slightly different and more long process, it could take up to 4 to 8 weeks to get any results. We're now at 15 weeks by my calculation, with still no results.
Well, has she passed or not? And if she has passed, where's her certificate? Where's her qualification? Because, and I completely understand the point that Hayley's making, until she knows for sure, and she's got it in writing that she's passed, she can't organise her public liability insurance, she can't start drumming up business, and she wants to just get on and try and establish herself as a personal trainer in what I'm sure is already a competitive market. Hayley's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Hayley.
Hello, Jonathan. Thank you for having me back.
Good afternoon to you. So, you say that you've been chasing this guy that runs the company for some time, and every time you do, you're kind of told, oh, it's still going to take a few more weeks.
Correct.
I had a conversation with him earlier on in the week. I think it would be safe to say he seemed to go through a range of emotions while he was on the phone to me. To start with, he was quite helpful and quite chatty, and then he started to get a bit annoyed at the fact that I was calling him. And he started saying, why has she called you? Why hasn't she come back to me? And then when I would challenge his annoyance by responding to say that you'd already spoken to him numerous times, and it was because you are losing faith in the answers that he gives you, that you'd come to me, he would then calm down again. But I'm very interested to know, and I'll find out in just a second, whether or not he did get straight on the phone to you after my conversation. What he did say was that, unfortunately, because of the pandemic, everything has been slowed down. Well, we all understand that. He did also say, and this is good news, he suggested to me that you have passed the course.
Well, that's very nice to hear.
He didn't seem to think that there was any question over that. He said, yeah, of course she's passed the course. I said, yes, but the problem is she hasn't actually got that written down. He said, no, because what happens is, he said, I obviously have assessed her. My then internal verifier has to verify what I've said, and then it goes off to independent verification. He said, so I've done my bit, and I sent it off to my internal verifier. We then sent it off to the external verifier. He said the problem is that it would appear my internal verifier had not signed some of the papers that he needed to sign. So he said those papers have come back and I'm now waiting for my internal verifier to sign those papers. They will then go back to the external verifier, and as soon as that's been done, then Hayley will get her qualification. I said, yes, but how long is this going to take? Because obviously Hayley wants to get on and start running her business. He then responded, and this was rather interesting. He said, well, she can't work now anyway. He said, I don't know why she's in such a rush, because she's not allowed to work now anyway. I said, well, that's not quite true, is it? For example, you could be doing online courses, I presume, Hayley?
Of course, yeah. I could also be using my private gym to practice on, like you're saying, like via a Zoom, for example, and just offer these as free sessions to propose clients that are interested, which gives me practice in the gym, flowing around the gym, keeping it to an hour, etc. And that would be great. But it's kind of, and also I could be offering workout plans for home. I could be writing those, but I can't be charging anyone for anything when I'm not qualified. It wouldn't be right.
No, absolutely not. But as soon as you're qualified, that's what I'm sure you'd like to do. And I'm sure as well you would like to be starting to get some clients on your books, because...
Well, I'd also like to offer new clients an introductory offer coming out of the horrible circumstances we've had, to give everyone that kick to want to come in and get moving again. Yeah. So I'd like to be able to offer things, give people the chance to think about those offers, so that when things do get opened up again, they're going to be hopefully coming to me and saying, I've had a think, and I'd love to start now that we can, but I don't even feel, and I didn't actually know I'd passed. I didn't know.
Well, he said to me, yes, of course she has. And the way he made it sound as if you knew this already. He's suggested in his response to me that this was just purely a dotting the I's and crossing the T's exercise now. But I said to him, well, look, as far as Hayley's concerned, I completely understand from her perspective. She's paid you almost £2,000. She's done the course. She's done everything that was required of her. She now needs the qualification, which is what it was all about. Yeah. He said to me that he was pushing it now, to quote him, I'm pushing it now. And he told me that you should get the qualification through within 2 weeks.
Okay. That's
now,
good news.
How I left it with him, I said, well, okay, I will go back and let Hayley know that. And I'm going to stay across this until Hayley's got the qualification. But I'm sensing from the way you're responding to this conversation today, Hayley, he did not get straight back in touch with you.
No, I didn't know I'd passed.
Did he call you after my conversation with him?
Yeah, he has called me.
Okay.
He has called me back, yeah, and some of the things that you said he did say.
Good. I would have been surprised if he hadn't, based on the way he was on the phone. It sounded to me as if he did want to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, he did have a conversation. He said he was very apologetic for the lack of communication on his part, and he did say, oh, you could have picked up the phone at any point to ring me. And I said, well, the point is that if you were certain that I'd passed, it would have been nice to have had a congratulations phone call at least. And then I'm doing my very best to get your certificate out, but at least you know you've passed, and that's one big tick. So I remember saying before the new year came in that I'd love to start the new year knowing that I'd passed, but I was still just waiting for that certificate. And I remember him saying back to that, well, sorry, there's still no news. So I was definitely feeling up until that phone call that I really didn't know if I had definitely passed or not.
Did he confirm to you this 2-week time frame now?
Yes, more or less. He did also say that something you haven't mentioned is that he would offer me sort of via email my pass mark and a few pieces of paperwork that would allow me to get my public liability insurance, and it's sort of a supporting document. Okay. And he said that should help me even to sort of show clients, because a pass mark is a pass. He promised me that. He promised me that Wednesday evening, and I haven't received that as of yet.
Well, look, I am not going anywhere until this is sorted, and I told him that. I'm going to give him this. Ooh, just a tiny bit of honk, and I'm giving that just by way of encouragement to try and make sure that he does do what he said he's going to do. I'm going to stay across this every step of the way. Can you please keep me in the loop, and I'll do the same, and hopefully you will have your qualification very soon.
I will, and thank you very much for your support.
All right, Hayley, we will talk very soon. He came to me, he was telling me over Christmas, he went onto a social media site and saw an advert for a very nice-looking jacket that he wanted to buy. Well, it was expensive. £495. Well, Darren messaged the company. They said, yes, it's available. You need to put down a deposit of £165 via bank transfer. Well, he then saw it cheaper on another website, so he got back in touch with this company and said, I've now seen it for sale, the same coat, for £369. They said, OK, we'll agree to match that. Well, he paid the rest of the money that he owed, again by bank transfer, and I should just point out that apparently both of these bank accounts he had to transfer the money to were abroad. Well, he didn't get an order confirmation, so he started to worry that something had gone very badly wrong.
I hadn't heard anything for over a day, so I kept messaging them. I said, where is the confirmation email to say that you'd received the money? But by this time, I'd rang my own bank to say, look, I think I may have been scammed out of some money here. They came back and they found that the two bank accounts that I paid the money into were not registered in the UK. One was registered in Estonia and the other one, God knows where. So I messaged these people up and I this company up and I said, look, where is this email? And then they came back to me and he said, I've just spoken to my accountant and the money hasn't arrived in our bank account. And I said to him, well, yes, I messaged him back and I said, well, yes, it has, because my bank has already confirmed that the money has entered your bank account. So he then said to me, well, if you pay us another £369.99, we will then refund you the money. And I thought, no way.
No, well, thank goodness. Thank goodness Darren did not transfer any more money. And can I just say, I mean, the overwhelming message I want to get across to everyone today, and I'm sure Darren will never do this again, do not pay for things by bank transfer. If a company, a retailer, suggests that you need to transfer money to their bank account, that should ring alarm bells. Any good reputable retailer will have much safer methods of receiving payment from customers. In this day and age, to request a bank transfer when you're a retailer is not normal, and it should raise a bit of a red flag as to why they are not offering you, the consumer, a much safer method of payment. So please just be aware of that. I've got no problem. For example, if you've got a trusted, I don't know, a plumber or someone like that coming to do some work in your house, you know him, you've known him for years, and he says, oh, any chance you could transfer me the money rather than, that's the easiest way. Fine, that's not an issue. But if you start seeing a shop, an online shop selling stuff, and they say to you, the only way we can take your money is by you transferring money by bank account to bank account, that's not normal. Darren's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Darren.
Good afternoon, Jonathan.
And it gives you no protection at all. It's the same as just handing over wads of cash. Once it's gone, once it's left your account and gone elsewhere, chances are that money's gone and you're not going to get it back. And unfortunately, I suspect that may well be the case for you. I have tried to get hold of this so-called company. They have not responded at all by email, despite me making them aware of the fact that I would be discussing their company on the programme. I presume, Darren, before we go any further, I presume they haven't been in touch with you?
Nothing whatsoever.
No, okay. The company concerned, and this is not to be confused with any other company with a similar sounding name, but the company that you ordered this coat from is a company called Deluxe Drip UK that seem to be on Instagram.
That's correct.
Deluxe Drip UK. And as I say, I have emailed them. I made them aware of the complaint. They haven't responded to me. They haven't responded to the customer. It would appear they don't particularly want to communicate at this stage, although I should just point out, if anyone from Deluxe Drip UK would like to respond to this complaint, you're very welcome to do so, and I would relish the opportunity to have a conversation with you. Now, this company seems to advertise on Instagram, and it was on Instagram that you saw this particular coat advertised, yes?
That's correct, yes.
So, what are Instagram doing about it? I mean, to be fair to Instagram and all social media sites, it's very difficult to police every single person that decides to open an account. I could open up an Instagram account today and I could start, flogging stuff that doesn't exist on Instagram, and the chances are I would get away with it. Or indeed on any of the other social media pages as well. So there is a real responsibility on consumers to be very cautious. When you come across something on social media, always do loads and loads of homework before you start going ahead and purchasing a product from them. Now, I know that you told me that you had kind of done that and you thought you'd found a registered company with Companies House. I can't find that company. I found a similar sounding company, but I can't find the same company. And to be honest, that doesn't necessarily mean anything anyway. If I wanted to, I could open up my own clothes shop today and register with Companies House for about £1. It doesn't mean that I've actually got a genuine company, and it doesn't mean that I've genuinely got any clothes to sell. So don't make just seeing if a company's registered with Companies House at an address in the UK. Don't assume that if it is, that it must automatically be bona fide. Now, I did go and have a word with Instagram, and they've come back with this response. They say, there's no place for fraud on Instagram. We continue to invest in people and technology to remove fraud from our platforms. And we have donated £3 million to Citizens Advice to deliver a UK scam action programme. We urge people to report any suspicious activity to us using our in-app tools. Now, the only thing I would say to you, Darren, I have myself tried to report this company, and they still seem to be active on Instagram. I presume you've also tried to report them to Instagram?
Yes, I have. And all you can do is just report them, but you'd never get a response back from them to say, thank you for reporting these people.
Yeah. Now, what is interesting is they then go on with further information. They say, we are investigating the account brought to our attention by BBC Three Counties Radio. All adverts on Instagram must adhere to our advertising policies and community standards. Those that do not will be removed. We also have purchase protection policies which can be viewed. We proactively search for fraudulent behaviour on Instagram and have a variety of methods to detect whether a business is fraudulent, from examining user interactions and comments to a manual review of the account. People are eligible to receive a survey after making a purchase on Instagram. We use this information to learn about the purchase experience from an advertiser and take action if needed. They go on to talk about more and more of their various things they have in place to try and protect people. The thing that I'm scratching my head about somewhat, and I think I need to go back and speak to Instagram again about this, is that this Deluxe Drip UK are still on Instagram. They're there today. I've got their page up in front of me as we speak, Darren. They're still there. Yeah. They seem to be advertising pairs of trainers for £325. So why, if this company have taken your money, £369 It was £369.99, was it in total, or was it just £369? So they've taken £369.99 to two different international bank accounts. You've been trying to contact them. I've contacted them. I've made Instagram aware of them. And they're still on Instagram advertising shoes, flip-flops, coats, bags, you name it. I don't understand why this company is still there. It's very odd. What I'd like to do, the primary reason for speaking to you today is to make everybody aware of this, and indeed not just this company, but there are lots and lots of so-called companies advertising on social media. Please, in these days of lockdown, when people are spending more time in front of a computer screen than maybe they otherwise would, please be very careful about who you're doing business with, and only buy stuff from good, reputable British companies that have a good reputation in this country, because that's the only way that really you can try to protect yourself as much as possible. It still doesn't guarantee you won't have problems, but it gives you the best chance of avoiding problems. And make sure if ever you order anything, particularly from a company that you've never heard of, only ever pay by credit card for that item. It's the only way that you can really protect yourself. If you pay by debit card, you have a level of protection for about 3 months. After that, you lose that protection. So the best way, particularly if the item is over £100, is ordering it by credit card. Darren, I think you've lost your $369.99. I don't think you're going to get that money back. But
I don't think so either.
But I'm very concerned that Instagram still seem to have that page up and running. There may well be a very valid reason as to why. I'd like to know why, because they've been made aware of this now for several weeks, and still that organisation seem to be able to advertise on their site, and I'm not quite sure why, when they haven't had the courtesy to respond to me or to you, and you have still not received the goods that you paid them £369 for.
No, and they also blocked me on their account anyway when after I said to them that where is everything, and then they completely blocked me from the site. But the thing was, though, Jonathan, they're also advertising on that site about under the Consumer Rights Act as well, which at the end of the day, it's all false there. But my main concern is how many more people are like myself, paid them this money, not got any goods, and they're raking all this money into these bank accounts.
Just promise me, please, Darren, from now on, if ever you see something advertised on the internet and a company that you speak to starts talking to you about making bank transfers, promise me you will have nothing more to do with them.
I promise you, I'll have nothing more to do with them.
Good. Okay. All right. Well, listen, I will go back and speak to Instagram and find out why they have still left that account up and running. I'd like to know what their explanation is. We'll take it from there. Darren, I will talk to you very soon. Stanley, hello to you.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Stanley. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names.
From the beginning, as the lady said, and I'll tell you, the wife, we've got a conservatory, 7'6" by 8 foot. Mm-hmm. And we wanted a new roof put on top of it. It's one of those what's warm in the winter and cool in the summer.
Okay, yeah.
We saw an advert in the Borough Gazette, in the Luton News, a company.
I don't need any other detail, please.
And we thought, we'll get them. Well, they came and done the roof. Well, they put it in on the 16th of November. And then we had a storm, and all the rain came in, and the ceiling got wet. So I rang them up. I kept ringing and ringing. We're out of the office. They're at a meeting. They'll phone you when we get back to work. I made 7 phone calls, and nobody wants to know. So I phoned up the company again, and the secretary who answered the phone. I said, the rain's coming in. What are you going to do? She said, a man's come and seen it after I told him about the rain. So I said, when? She said, Saturday morning. Because I was out shopping. I said, nobody's phoned me. So the rain, on Wednesday I had the rain on that Bella. Well, after that, for Christmas, I said to him at Christmas, I've got rain coming in my street because they gave me his mobile number. So I phoned this number up, the chap answered, and I told him about it. I'm coming home for Christmas now. Ring me on the 15th of January, and we'll sort it out. Mm-hmm. So I told him about it. I said, if it keeps getting wet, it's just going to integrate. He said, well, we'll repair it. So the phone rang, he wouldn't answer. 2 hours later, I rang him again, he wouldn't answer. I rang back to the office again. She said, he'll ring you when he's finished work. No answer. Then we had that rain storm, Bella, and the ceiling got wet again.
Now, how much did you pay for this new roof on your conservatory, Stanley?
Over £5,000.
Right. And am I taking it the reason you're on my programme today
Hang on
is...
a minute, Jonathan. I'll get the other phone down. Just hold on a minute, Jonathan.
Well...
Jonathan? Jonathan?
Yes?
And I paid over £5,000 for it.
Hang on, Stanley, whatever you've done, can you just go back to what you were on? Because you're now sounding very echoey.
Oh, this is the other thing. Hang on.
Just go back, please, if
Can you hear
would. Yeah, kind of. So you've spent £5,000. Am I presuming the reason you're on my programme today, Stanley, is that the leak still hasn't been fixed?
Pardon?
Am I presuming the reason you're on the programme today is that the roof still hasn't been fixed?
No, and we had that rain again last night, and the ceiling got wet again.
Oh dear, oh dear. And
but what they should have done was to seal the end of when they put it on and put new lead on, because the roof is a bit higher than the original one that had the lead on.
Yeah.
So they should have took that lead off and put new lead on and fed it in with the joist, as they did, and sealed the end off.
Well,
but when I keep phoning them up, nobody wants to know.
This
must be 5,000.
It must be very stressful. Can I ask how old you are, Stanley?
Getting on 91.
Oh, blimey. Right, so you really don't need all this kind of hassle, do you?
No.
Right, well, you've done the right thing in coming to my programme. I'll tell you what we're going to do. Tara, can we just take some detail from Stanley?
Yes.
And can we get a call into this company and just find out why they didn't do the job properly in the first place, and more importantly, why, when the problem was identified to them, they didn't get straight round there to get it sorted. This is ridiculous.
They won't answer me.
OK, all right, Stanley, hang on there. I'm passing you to Tara now. We'll get some detail, OK?
Hello, mate.
Hi, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so on the 15th for the 11th, 2019, we went out and purchased a smart TV that obviously come with this 1-year warranty. The telly is just now over 14 months old, but on the 13th month, the telly no longer turns on, or it turns on, but it doesn't display any picture or any sound. We sent them an email to say that the telly is broken. They then sent us an email back to say that it wasn't covered as it was out of its 1-year warranty.
Oh dear, oh dear.
So I listened to your show, found out about this Consumer Rights Act, about it being not fit for purpose, as I don't believe, we paid 320 quid for the telly. I don't believe after 13 months that it should break. So we then contacted them and said that we feel under the Consumer Rights Act that the telly should be repaired or replaced.
Mm-hmm.
They have now since emailed back to say that it may be covered under the Consumer Rights Act, but it's going to cost us £95. That's for them to pick the telly up and to check the telly for if it's our fault or their fault.
OK, well, let me just ask you a little more about that, because I mean, you're absolutely right in what you say, and you've obviously been listening to my programme and you know what your rights are. When you purchase anything, in this case a TV, the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, that used to be, the legislation previously, just for people who are interested in this, in case you have any products that go back beyond 2015, was the Sale of Goods Act. That was replaced in 2015 by the Consumer Rights Act. Very similar pieces of legislation. They both give the consumer a lot of protection. And the fundamentals regarding purchasing are pretty much the same. A few tweaks, but pretty much the same. So when you buy anything, you're entitled to expect the product will be, as you've said, fit for purpose.
Yep.
It must be of reasonable quality, and it must last for a reasonable amount of time. There is no cut-off after 12 months. Although a warranty may run out after 12 months, that does not mean your rights under the Consumer Rights Act disappear. You still have the right to expect that product should last for a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah.
So they're the basics, and yes, you're right to have made that point. However, obviously we also have to understand that when a product has been in a customer's house for 13 months, depending on how the product has been used, it may have an influence on what the problem is. So, for example, you buy a TV, you've got a young child goes up to the TV with a toy car, bangs the toy car against the screen breaks, stops working. That's not the company's fault. That's your fault as a customer. Yep. So in the event of a dispute where a company is concerned as to why the television has stopped working, I don't have a problem with them saying to a customer, well, look, the TV's been in your house for 13 months. We would like to have a look at it. If we find that the TV has in some way been damaged or you've misused it, then, of course, any repair would be chargeable to you. If, however, when we inspect the TV, everything is fine and it's clearly a manufacturing component part that has failed, then, of course, we will repair it at no cost to you. Now, I know they were mentioning this. Did you say £95 charge?
Yeah, that's what when we spoke to him, or when my partner spoke to him yesterday, they said that we'd have to pay £95 for them to come out and pick the telly up and check the telly.
But what did they say? Did they say it's £95 regardless of whose fault it is?
If it was their fault, then they would refund us the £95.
Right.
Or if it's our fault, it's £95 plus the costs.
Right. I don't feel
that I should have to pay that £95 at 13 months on a telly. If this was a telly that was in my living room or in my kids' bedroom, then I would, I'd understand. But it's a telly that's in our bedroom. It's used only when we go to bed. It's on for a couple of hours a night. We bought a cheaper telly, a low quality brand, to go in the living room. And it is now 5 years, and it is still going. It has been knocked off. It has had the kids bang it, and it is still going. We paid good money for a telly that, 13 months is not a very long period of time at all. So I don't feel that I should have to pay that £95.
So it's the upfront charge that may or may not be refunded. That's what you have the issue with.
That is, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I understand your point. However, of course, at this stage, the company has to actually, they have to organise for someone to come out and to pick up the TV. There is a cost associated with that. And I can kind of see from their perspective, until they've satisfied themselves that you haven't, for example, poured a pint of water down the back of it,
yeah,
then, maybe they would want to make sure that any costs incurred with coming out and picking up the item would be covered first. But I think, have you expressed your concern? Have you said to them, well, look, I don't have a problem with you picking the TV up and taking it away to look at, and if you turn around to me and say that it's my fault, it's something I've done, then okay, I'll pay. But I'm confident you're not going to find any problem, because the way I've used that TV is completely normal. I haven't caused any damage to it. It hasn't been misused in any way. Have you tried presenting that argument?
We have presented that to them, and we just seem to get the same robotic answers back out of them. As soon as we mentioned the Consumer Rights Act, then they started listening a little bit more. But I'm just not that confident on paying out the £95.
Is your worry then that you'll pay the £95, they'll take the TV away, and then after you've paid the £95, they'll then start saying, oh, no, we're not prepared to do anything. We found out this is your fault.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, let's go and have a little word, and let's just present those concerns to the retailer and see if they are prepared to take the TV without asking for that charge until they've had a look at it, until they've ascertained what the problem is.
Okay.
Okay, does that seem fair?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Alex, hang on there. I'm going to pass you back to Tara. We'll get some detail. We're going to have a word, okay? Now, on December the 19th, Yvonne's husband was going into a shop when something awful and totally unexpected happened.
My husband was going into a shop when a woman on a mobility scooter ran into him, pushed him against the wall. He had 2 lacerations to his leg. I think as she was getting closer, she was saying she couldn't stop. but don't know why, because apparently when you take your hands off the handlebars or release everything, it just stops automatically. The ambulance was called, he was taken to A&E, and he's been under the district nurse ever since, and it's coming up 5 weeks on Saturday. The police were called because it was classed as an RTA. She took a statement at the hospital from my husband.
Do you mean the police officer?
Yes, and she did say she was going to see the lady that day and she would let us know what had happened, but we've heard nothing.
Well, as you will know if you're a regular listener to this programme, I don't deal with compensation claims. But what I am interested in is if someone has incurred costs as a result of something. So, for example, in this case, Yvonne was telling me her husband had suffered loss of earnings because of his inability to work while he was injured, then that's certainly something that I'm prepared to get involved in. And I also said to Yvonne that it may well be pursuing a personal injury claim would be her best course of action. However, it's important to work out whether or not that's likely to be a fruitful claim or whether you're just wasting your time and your money. So I said to Yvonne, let me go and have a word with this woman and try and find out what's gone on. And indeed, that's exactly what I did yesterday afternoon. Yvonne's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Yvonne.
Good morning.
Good morning. It didn't go very well, Yvonne.
Oh, okay.
I called this lady, and I think I'm trying to think of the politest way of putting it. I don't think she's a naturally good egg. And let me just explain why I have drawn that conclusion. So when I called her, she admitted that she had indeed run your husband over on the mobility scooter. She described it as an accident. Now, she said that when she ran him over, she said that your husband had said to the police officer he was not interested in pressing charges or taking the matter any further.
Oh, I really don't know about that because he never told me any of this.
Well, she said he told me that he wasn't going to press charges, and the police said that I didn't have to do anything more because he didn't want to press charges.
Oh, okay.
Now, I said to her at that point, well, I don't know whether that's the case or not. You have to understand that the man would have been in shock at the time. You've just run him over. I said, why did you run him over? Anyway, at that point, she then started to get quite defensive. And she started to say to me, how had I got her name and number? And how had you got her name, her number, and her address? I said, well, I don't really know. I said, and to be honest, I don't really care because you've admitted to me on the phone that you are the woman that ran over Yvonne's husband. You've admitted that you did what's been alleged. I'm speaking to you now. I'm giving you an opportunity. She then started saying, right, I'm going to sue them because how have they got my number, she said.
It was the ambulance crew that gave Norman her phone number and address.
Well, you may well have just dropped the ambulance crew right in it because she was going berserk on the phone. How did they get my number? I'm going to sue them. How dare they get my number? How dare they get my name? Then she started saying, I said to her, right, look, let's just talk about the basics. I presume as a mobility scooter rider, you've taken full responsibility for the fact that you're on a vehicle and clearly you're a bit of a liability, I said to her. She didn't like that. Can't think why. I said, but I presume you've got an insurance policy. I ain't got no insurance, she said. And he's just a money grabber, she said. He's a money grabber. He ain't getting nothing from me, she said. She then started effing and blinding down the phone. I mean, and then she put the phone down and she kind of placed the phone down and she was talking to someone else. And the language, I can't even begin to try and tell you, but she was furious at my phone call. So anyway, I phoned her back, as I tend to. So I phoned her back. She said, how did you get my name? How did you get... I said, listen, I don't really care how I've come about your name and your telephone number. You've already admitted you're the person that I'm looking for. I want to know, why did you run over this gentleman? And what she said, oh, there was nothing wrong with him. I said, well, there obviously was something wrong with him because he ended up going to hospital. She said, that's only because he's on warfarin like me and he bleeds. I said, right, well, then obviously there was something wrong with him because you ran him over. And as a result of the injuries, he hasn't been able to work. She said, I'm going to speak to the police. I'm going to get the citizens' advice on you. I said, well, look, this is very simple. You went out on your mobility scooter and you ran over a perfectly innocent member of the public. She said, when my husband ended up in hospital, I didn't go on like this. I said, well, was your husband run over by someone on a mobility scooter who clearly couldn't control the mobility scooter? She said, no, he had dementia. I said, well, what's that got to do with anything then? I said, the whole point that this person wants to speak to you, the whole reason why I'm calling you, is because you went out on a mobility scooter. You clearly couldn't control the mobility scooter. You ended up running over a completely innocent man who was just going into a shop. He sustained injuries. You've got no insurance. They've written to you and you haven't even had the courtesy of responding. I'm not responding. How did they get my address? She said. Oh, and by the way, they've spelt my name wrong. I said, OK, well, I mean, this is just not acceptable. She said, well, they're not going to get a penny out of me. She said, I haven't got any money and they're not going to get a penny out of me. Well, as I mentioned to you yesterday on the programme, Yvonne, I did look up whether this property that this lady lives in is indeed her own property. And I cannot find any record of that property being bought or sold. So I'm presuming the property that she lives in is social housing. So therefore,
yes, that's what I thought. Yeah.
So I don't think, in terms of assets, I don't think she necessarily has what you're looking for. Now, that's not to say that she wouldn't have, a bank account with a whole load of money in. But I there's certainly no guarantee of that. And she told me yesterday she doesn't have any money, so you're not getting a penny. She kept calling her husband a money grabber and said that you're not getting a penny out of her. She said that I don't need insurance. She said, I don't need insurance. I said, well, you obviously do need insurance because you clearly don't know how to drive a mobility scooter properly. So can I suggest you do the responsible thing and take out an insurance policy in case you happen to run anyone else over? Anyway, she wasn't having any of that. I invited her to appear on the programme today to have her side of the story aired. She didn't want to do that either. She just kept talking about how she was going to talk to citizens' advice, and she's going to sue me, apparently. But there was no way she was going to take responsibility, and even though she admitted she'd run your husband over, she doesn't think she needs to do anything further.
Well, right. Did you ask her about the home insurance? Has she got like a home insurance policy?
No, she refused to admit that she got any insurance whatsoever. No.
Oh, okay.
No, not getting anything from me. I haven't got any money, got no insurance. No, you're not getting anything from me at all, she said. Peppered with...
She's a very rude person, isn't she, really? Not to, to be like this.
I don't think I'm even beginning to conjure up how rude she was on the phone. I mean, to be fair, I was calling her a liability and suggesting that she was irresponsible, and I also suggested that, she wasn't a decent person because she wasn't prepared to pay for the problems that she'd now caused your husband. But she was being... She was very, very angry on the phone, and the language that was coming out of her mouth was just quite appalling.
Well, let's just hope that she won't go and do it to somebody else then, because it might be a different situation then.
I did say to her, are you still riding the mobility scooter? She just kept saying, what's that got to do with you? Got nothing to do with you. So I suspect she probably is. I suspect she's riding the mobility scooter. I don't think she's got any insurance. I don't think she has any intention of getting any insurance. It's clear that she's not safe on the mobility scooter because the fact she crashed into your husband demonstrates she's not safe on it. And she's clearly not the kind of person that would be anxious to try and put a situation right in the event that she's caused injury and loss of earnings.
Yeah.
Now, of course, that then brings us to the point of, should you pursue this any further? You could do, but I I need to make you aware of the fact that if you were to pursue her further, there is a chance that you may well end up spending a whole load of time, effort, and money in legal expenses pursuing someone that, to be honest, even if you won a court case, hasn't got any money and you're not going to get anything out of them.
No, I see what you're...
So
what I'm
it
going
would be
to do
about...
now,
It would be about principle, really. It would be about whether or not, out of principle, you wish to make a point with this woman.
Well, I would really, but I've got to think about this. But my next mission then is to try and get it pushed to Parliament that when anybody purchases one of these, that they have to have insurance, like we do with the cars.
Yeah. Yes. I agree with you. I mean, it seems absolutely bonkers to me that people are allowed to purchase a mobility scooter that, okay, it's not a car, but it's still quite a heavy lump. And if it's driven into you at, I mean, some of them can do 8 miles an hour. If you're driven into by a hard, battery-laden mobility scooter with the weight of a human being on top of it, you know, it can cause severe injury. Your husband ended up in an ambulance and at hospital as a result of it. And it seems quite bizarre that people are allowed to ride around on the pavement and on the roads. Well, actually, I think on the road it is a bit different, but on the pavements with these kinds of devices without having any insurance.
That's correct.
Well, we will certainly revisit this from that particular angle. Regarding making a claim against this woman, I mean, it's entirely up to you. But I think unless you want to do it from a point and making a point of principle, then I think, to be honest, you're going to be wasting your time. And you're going to, I tell you what, you're going to face have you actually? You haven't tried calling her, have you?
No, I haven't, and no, I don't think I really want to.
Well, you see, this is where you and I differ, because I loved every minute of it, because I love a Barney, but she was. I mean, she was not happy, Yvonne. She wasn't happy, and I don't think I'm going to be getting a Christmas card from her this year. Let's put it like that.
Oh well. I just want to thank you and your team for what you've done, you know, and then, I'll have to talk to my husband. We'll have to see what Go
and have a chat with him. I mean, I guess there is always the chance, if what she said is incorrect, that your husband did not say at the time he didn't want to press charges. I mean, it may well be the case that he could go back to the police and say, you know, I've been giving some reflection to this and I have suffered a lot. I want to press charges against this woman because, I do want her to be held accountable from a legal perspective.
Yes. Is that why they didn't get back to me from that incident number, from the actual police lady when I tried to contact her?
Well, I don't know. According to the woman that ran your husband over, your husband was very keen at the time to tell everyone it had just been a simple accident and he didn't want to take things any further.
Oh, right. Yeah, well, he was probably in shock.
Well, she unfortunately is now using that against him, and hence her description of your husband as a money grabber. But they're peppered with 1 or 2 F words, I have to be honest, in the meantime. Listen, will you please keep me posted when you've had a chat with your husband, and we will revisit this subject of mobility scooters and the implications of insisting on insurance on another programme. But listen, good to talk to you today, Yvonne. Lisa came to me. She was telling me she wanted to do something really nice for her daughter.
I booked a holiday October 2019 to go to Mallorca with my daughter. It was a treat after her exams because she was supposed to do her GCSEs last year. They cancelled. They said that they were giving everyone credit notes for now, and then from September you could write for a cash refund, which I did. And since then I've been getting false promises and dead ends, basically.
Well, it's cost Lisa nearly £884. She says currently there's no sign of the cash at all, and she just cannot get this company to actually pay her back what she says they owe her. Well, I've been off to have a word with the company, And it has been an extremely frustrating experience. Lisa's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Lisa.
Morning, Jonathan.
Hello, Lisa. Now, it was quite some time ago, wasn't it, that you first came to my programme? And as I always do, I went straight off to the company and made them aware of the problem. It was well over a week ago when I made them aware of the problem. I emailed them all the details. Nothing. Nothing back at all. So, to be honest with you, I thought it was a bit strange because I've had dealings with this company previously. They are Teletext Holidays. Yeah. And when I have had previous dealings with them, they've been fairly quick at responding. Not necessarily the quickest, but fairly quick at responding. So I thought it was a bit unusual. So I went back to them again, still didn't hear anything. So I picked up the phone and I got through to the lady that normally deals with my inquiries on behalf of Teletext Holidays. She explained that Teletext were very busy and that, they would get back, but they're extremely busy. And I made the point that so am I. And I said that I've been reasonable. I've provided Teletext Holidays with in excess of a week to provide some kind of response, even if it was a response to say we are investigating and we're going to, communicate with our customer. But absolutely nothing. I haven't had anything. I haven't had a holding statement. I haven't had anything whatsoever from them. So I emailed again when I still didn't hear anything back, and again, no response whatsoever. Now, I presume in the meantime you haven't heard anything from them either.
I had an email last week. It was just an automated one, just to say that they'd received my last email that I'd sent, which was just before I spoke to you.
Now, the reason why I mentioned I was slightly distracted after that last song is that I was doing a little bit of digging around, and although Teletext Holidays are not members of ABTA, the Travel Association, which has a very clear arbitration policy and process. So, for example, if you book a holiday with an ABTA member, and even though ABTA they've told me they are being a little more lenient with their members about paying customers back because they recognise the huge financial strain many companies are under from people all requesting their money back at the same time, ABTA still requires its members to pay customers back in a reasonable amount of time. So, for example, a couple of months or so. That is what's been considered a reasonable amount of time. But this company is not a member of ABTA. Teletext Holidays are not members of ABTA. However, I noticed on their website it does say that they are TTA Protection. TTA is the Travel Trust Association. And it says here, who are the Travel Trust Association? The Travel Trust Association is a travel trade association. Our members consist of travel agents, tour operators and travel organisers. The Travel Trust Association exists in order to protect you, the customer, with 100% financial protection, and has been doing so for over 20 years. This means that every penny you pay to our members is protected by the Travel Trust Association.
Right.
So, we have a couple of options in terms of how you proceed from here. I mean, the first thing I would say is, I'm very sure that Teletext Holidays, like all travel companies, are under a lot of pressure from customers who are requesting money back for holidays that they could not take through no fault of their own last year due to coronavirus. I'm sure that's the case. However, there comes a point where, when you've been reasonable and you've given a company, I mean, how long have you given them now in terms of months to pay you back?
I was meant to go in June, so they cancelled just before that. September, I could start asking for a cash refund. So
we're now 6 months on from when you first should have been travelling, and several months on since you first requested the refund, and still not a penny.
No.
So how do you want to proceed? There are two options, really. One option would be that you threaten to pursue Teletext Holidays through the Small Claims Court for reimbursement of your money. The second option would be that you speak to this Travel Trust Association. Now, I was just having a little look around, which was why I was distracted, just to see if they offer an arbitration process like ABTA. I can't necessarily see that they do, but it does appear that they do offer a similar kind of of protection for consumers in terms of they expect their members to abide by certain rules. And I think it would certainly be worth contacting the Travel Trust Association and raising with them a complaint that Teletext Holidays have not responded to your claim.
Yeah.
And to see if they can do anything to apply pressure to Teletext from a kind of industry perspective. So what I would do, I think the first port of call would be to contact the Travel Trust Association. Their number is on their website. I don't know if have you been onto their website to have a little look?
I haven't, no.
Well, I think I'd be inclined to go and have a look at that this afternoon. Get the number, contact them and explain the problem you're having with Teletext Holidays. See if they can apply any pressure on Teletext Holidays to actually respond to you and to provide you with the refund you're expecting. And if they are unable to do so, then I think your only port of call, if still nothing is forthcoming, would be to pursue them through the courts.
Yeah.
But of course,
I think that's what most people are doing.
Yeah, but of course, that in itself is no quick process at the moment.
Yeah.
It's hugely frustrating that Teletext Holidays have allowed this particular story to get to this point, because as I say, in previous instances when I've spoken to them, they have always responded, and they have, at least if they don't feel they've done anything wrong, they've come back with their side of the story. In this case, I just can't get anything from them at all. They don't seem, despite the fact that they are aware of the conversation you and I are having today, they haven't provided anything whatsoever, only that I'm being told they're very busy.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I was hoping for better news than that.
Yeah, well, I was too, and it's very disappointing, and people will now make their own judgment call based on this particular experience. And Teletext Holidays, I really hope that as a result of this programme, you will now pick up the phone and do the right thing and contact your customer immediately. I understand you're busy. We're all busy. I'm sure Lisa's busy as well. Lisa paid you an awful lot of money and she hasn't had anything to show for it. Now, we recognise it's not your fault. It's not Teletext Holidays didn't create the global pandemic, but neither did you, Lisa.
No, and I've waited, quite a fair amount of time, I think.
Yeah, OK. Well, look, let's see if after this programme they now get in touch with you. If they do, please come straight back to me and let me know.
I will, yeah.
If I now receive a further response, and obviously I would welcome that very much. I want to be fair. I want to give Teletext Holidays an opportunity to respond, but that does involve them actually replying to my emails or picking up the phone and speaking to me. Yeah. And I'm not going to go anywhere until this matter has been resolved one way or the other. So the sooner they speak to me, the better. Lisa, let's leave it there for today. You go and have a word with the Travel Trust Association. Let's see what they have to say, and we'll take it from there, yeah?
All right, then. Yep. Thanks for your help, Jonathan.
All right, thank you. We'll talk very soon. As regular listeners will know to this programme, I certainly don't go away. When companies don't respond, that does not shut me up. It just means that I'm even more determined to get a response. So Teletext Holidays, please pick up the phone and call your customer. Vern's 17-year-old fridge freezer broke in December. Unfortunately, the timing of it couldn't have been worse. He'd lost meat and some other Christmas food. Well, when he went into work, he was telling his employer about what had happened. And his employer sounds fantastic. He said, well, I'll lend you the money to get a new one. If you want, I can do that, and we can just knock it off your wages so you can pay it back that way. Well, Vern was delighted. He'd never ordered anything off the internet before, so he wasn't quite sure what he was doing, but he tried to order a new one. Well, unfortunately, when his friend checked the order afterwards, he realised quickly he'd made a mistake. He'd ordered an integrated fridge freezer rather than a freestanding one. He didn't know what an integrated fridge freezer was. So he quickly got in touch with the retailer that same day.
He showed me how to get in touch with customer service by texting. Spoke to them. They said, fine, we'll cancel the order. And I texted back and said, can you send me an email to confirm it? And ever since then, I can't get hold of them. I still want to buy fridge freezer from the same company, but I need the money back in my bank account so I can actually buy the proper fridge freezer this time.
Well, I promised Vern I would go off and have a word with them. I did just that, and the company was extremely apologetic. Vern's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Vern.
Johnson, good morning.
Hello. Now, as you know, the company concerned that you'd ordered this fridge freezer from was Curry's PC World, and they came back with this response. They said, "We are truly sorry for the delay in providing Vern with a refund for his cancelled purchase. We have now spoken with our customer to apologise for the inconvenience and have refunded him the full amount due. We've also offered him 20% off his next purchase as a gesture of goodwill, which he's accepted." So that was the promise from them, which sounded fantastic. But the question is, have they refunded you the money? Have you now ordered a new one? Have you now got a new fridge freezer? What's the latest, Vern? What's happened from your end?
Yes, I didn't need money back, Jonathan, and a fridge freezer sitting in the house, standing proud.
Yeah, you got a new one?
Yes, upgraded.
Lovely. And it was all delivered perfectly and fitted perfectly?
Fitted in lovely, Jonathan.
Lovely. And did they take away the old one?
Yes.
Brilliant. OK, so you've now got it packed to the rafters with food, I hope.
It will be when I go shopping tomorrow.
Great. OK. Well, listen, I'm going to thank not only Curry's PC World, but do you know what? I'm also going to say thank you to your employer, because your employer sounds fantastic lending you that money in order to get one. So it means you haven't got the worry then of being without a fridge freezer for the time being. I'm going to give them the horn. Any other problems, Vern, you know where we are.
Jonathan, you and the team are absolute stars. Thanks so much indeed.
Well, it's a pleasure to help you, Vern. It has been a genuine pleasure. And I'm going to thank Curry's PC World very much. Mark and his wife bought their 14-year-old son a games console for his birthday. But just 3 days later, it stopped working. They phoned the retailer, who advised them that they'd send a replacement, but that could only happen when there was stock actually showing on their website.
There's ridiculously limited stock. So what the wife did was, she was told to check at midnight, which she's done for a week now, or for 3 weeks, and we just couldn't find any. So she rang them back, and they said, "Oh no, it might not be midnight, it might be 6 in the morning." So she started checking at 6 in the morning, again, couldn't get anything. So she went back to them again, and they said, "Oh, don't worry, we'll check the stock." Again, nothing happened. Well, this went on and off. The wife had several phone calls with them, and then they've just literally the other day, we had a call from another lady that said they would process a refund for us. Now, the wife said, "We don't want a refund, we want the unit, and we know you're getting the unit. So it seems wrong that you're refusing to replace it, you're just offering a refund."
So what is the situation? I mean, it's very clear there is a stock issue, but can the company hurry up and get some stock in so that Mark can provide his son with the games console? Certainly they didn't seem very confident of that, which is why they were trying to get Mark to accept a refund instead. Well, we've been off to have a word with the company. Mark's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Mark.
Hiya.
Hello, good morning. Tara, you spoke to the retailer. What's going on with the stock? Can they get any in for Mark?
Well, there has been a great difficulty with this particular games console, and if you were to go online and have a look to see if people could get it, you know, there are loads of stock websites that are saying, "Oh, it's coming, but it's going, it's not going to be there." And on the day when I was getting in touch with the retailer, you know, I could go on lots of different areas, and they were saying, "Well, have a look here and here and here and here," and they were all sold out. So there's obviously a very big issue with this. So when I got an email from the retailer this morning, just to advise me what was happening with the situation, I was quite surprised with what I read. Now, we're not going to name them on this occasion, but I do need to say that they have also been in touch with Mark, and there is some very promising news for half of it. Mark, what's happened?
What have they said?
Hi, yeah. They contacted us shortly after your kind intervention last week to advise that they'd found a product in one of their depots in Southampton, and they advised that we could either send back the faulty one, wait for however long it took them to process the refund, and then arrange for the new product, or buy the new product from Southampton and then wait for the refund. Obviously, because of the rarity and scarcity of the product, we decided the best thing to do was to buy it again from Southampton, which came the next day by delivery.
So you've now got it?
So we've now got that one.
Fantastic, but you need the refund on the other one.
Yeah, to be fair to the retailer, we arranged collection, or they arranged collection, should I say. DPD turned up, they took it away. I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday, I can't remember. We just need to get back in contact with them to see that they've received the return
Okay, all right.
Fortunately, my wife's been dealing with it, but she's all tied up with COVID.
Okay, well, listen, I tell you what we'll do. It sounds like things are happening. We will just go back and speak to that retailer again, and we'll just make sure that they're going to organise the refund for the other half. It's looking as if it's going very well. Mark, please keep us posted. We'll keep you in the loop as well. And fingers crossed the retailer will have their horn next week. Do you remember Teresa? So many of you have called about her problem. She was telling me she purchased a new washing machine in September of last year. After about 6 weeks of using it, she noticed that after each wash, there was still loads of fabric softener left in the dispenser. So she got in touch with the retailer. They said to her, apparently incorrectly, she needed to go and talk to the manufacturer.
On the 23rd of December, they sent an engineer, and he plugged in a diagnostic machine. He never done any other checks or anything. He looked at the only thing he did was pulled out the dispenser drawer. And he said, "Oh, your conditioner's too thick." Right. Well, I've been using the same conditioner for I don't know how many years. I said, "Oh, that's weird." And he said, "Yeah, it's too thick." He said, "How much do you put in?" I showed him the capful that I put in. "Well, you're probably putting in too much and it's too thick." And I said, "Well, do I need to dilute it down?" And he said, "Well, that won't make any difference." I said, "But if you're telling me it's too thick, surely..." "Well, no, it won't make any difference, just use less." And I thought, well, if I use less, it's still thick. I carried on using half a capful.
Well, it's all very odd, doesn't it? I mean, the explanation doesn't seem to stand up. So, although we all understand that fabric softener, because it is thick and gunky, after a period of time can block pipes up in your machine, if this machine is so new and the fabric softener just doesn't seem to be... It's not blocked in the tray. Teresa's tried unblocking that, and there's nothing blocked in it. It all seems to flow. The water's coming from the top of the tray and going down into the fabric softener to dilute it and then to flush it into the wash. There's obviously something else going on. So the retailer really needs to take responsibility. Well, I went off to have a word with that retailer on Teresa's behalf. Teresa's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Teresa.
Oh, hello, Jonathan.
Hello. So I did call the company, spoke to a guy, called me straight back, seemed very nice. He said, "Oh, right, okay." He said, has Teresa come back to us after the manufacturer came out? Because, you know, it sounds like we need to get out there and have a look at it then. If the manufacturer's come up with something and the customer doesn't agree with it. And I said, well, I don't know, but I know you haven't. Your company itself has not been out to inspect the machine, and I would agree that seems like a sensible way of proceeding. He said, okay. He said, leave it with me. He said, I'm going to go and chat to everyone else in the office, just see if we're already aware of this case, and get someone to get in touch with Teresa. Now, little birdie tells me you received a call very promptly. What happened?
Yeah, very quickly. They called me back, and they made an arrangement to come up the next day. So they come up yesterday, sent an engineer up, lovely chap, and he had a look at all the various things. He checked, said the water pressure was okay, looked at the pipe, that seemed to be okay. Anyway, he thinks it could be that the fabric conditioner is too thick.
What?
Yeah, I know, you could have blown me over. But what he said was that to literally the bottle of conditioner that I use, he said, take it all out by a quarter and fill it up with water and use that much of a dilution. So he's left me to do a wash and phone them on Monday and tell them if there's any conditioner left in the drawer. So that's how it's left. But what he did say, which I found really interesting, he said the fabric conditioner manufacturers haven't kept up with the way that machines are being manufactured now. So basically, all the fabric conditioners that exist are too thick.
Yes, but I put a load of washing in yesterday, and in fact, you sprang to mind as I was pouring in my fabric conditioner into the little part. And I'm not particularly loyal to one brand. I tend to buy a number of them because I find I become immune to the smell of it. So I like to switch it up a bit so you always notice the smell.
Yeah.
And the one that I've got at the moment is Comfort, the light blue Comfort one. It's very thick. But I put it in my washing machine. You know, you obviously, because it's thick, because it's very concentrated, you're only supposed to use a little bit of it, you know. So I put in a little bit of it, but after the wash, it had all gone. There was none of it left in the little drawer. And yet that was just, presumably, that. What is the conditioner that you've got at the moment?
I've actually got Comfort at the minute as well. I normally use the Asda one, and I have done for as long as I can remember, but I changed it when the first guy initially said it was too thick, and it still gets left behind. But that's what I've got to do. I haven't had a chance to do a wash yet, but I will do, and then I've got to ring them on Monday, and he said if there was any conditioner left in it, that he would get the manufacturer to send a new drawer, which the drawer is new anyway, so I don't know really what to say. You know, it's one of those maybe that will never be solved, because he thinks if there's water left in it, it's acceptable because it's just overspill and overspray, but that's another one that's new on me, really, any water being left.
Well, I think mine has water left in it, but there's certainly, you know, for example, the softener that I use is light blue. So there's no light blue left in it, it's just water on the bottom. Because I presume what happens is when it gets to the part of the wash where it then, after it's washed your clothes, it then wants to put the softener in to soften it all up. I presume the water comes down, goes into the fabric softener section, mixes with the fabric softener to dilute it and turn it into a liquid rather than a gunky mess, mixes it with the water, and then that then goes down the pipe and goes into your clothes. That's the way it works. So it may well leave some water in there, but it shouldn't be leaving softener. But you're telling me it's leaving the conditioner still in there.
It was, it was, even with a quarter of a capful. And to be honest, that quarter of a capful would get diluted down with the water that's coming through the machine into the little compartment, because the water goes in the compartment, fills up the compartment, and then the suction of the little pipe and the tube over the little pipe pulls the water down into the machine. So it would dilute it down anyway without me diluting it down. So
I'm still not convinced about this whole business of the softener being too thick.
If I only use a tiny amount diluted down, the chances are it is going to clear it. Because it clears a certain amount anyway. It's a strange one.
And when you take the clothes out, for example, if you put some towels in and you put some fabric conditioner in the wash, when you then take the towels out, can you smell the conditioner in the towels? Do they smell of it?
You can, but I'm like you, I get immune to it after a while and can't always smell it, but it does. You can. You know it's in there,
So it's going in there, but it's just not taking all of it. It's leaving some of it in the tray.
That's right,
But the problem is, in doing that, I mean, you just know what's going to happen because of the way that, I don't know quite what they put in fabric conditioner, but it is certainly, it's gunky and greasy, isn't it?
Yes.
Surely it's just going to clog up the whole drawer if it's still leaving some of it in there. You're going to have to constantly be cleaning the drawer out.
You take it out after every wash because it leaves it in after every wash.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with the water pressure or anything like that, he said. So, personally, I think I've got a feeling my machine might be a Friday night job.
Well, yeah, but yes, but I mean, they say, don't they, that the days of Friday afternoon machines have gone because they're all built by robots now. So that shouldn't be the case, but it may well be. Have you, just out of interest, have you tried looking on the internet for your particular type of washing machine to see if this is a common problem?
I haven't, no, because I came to you initially just for the advice, so I hadn't really looked at that. I just wanted to know.
I think because we're certainly not going away on this because I want to stay across it, because I'm still not convinced that this business of it being too thick, I'm still not convinced of that. I think it's more likely that there's either a design fault with the type of washing machine, or there's actually something faulty with it because it just doesn't seem right.
I think there must be a lot of people listening to your programme that have bought new machines in the last few months. So if that was the case, that what he's saying is the detergent manufacturers haven't kept up with the way they're being made. If that was the case, there'd be a lot of people ringing in and saying, no, mine's the same, mine does it, You know, loads of people would be saying that.
Yeah. Well, you see, I don't know, because my washing machine, and I'm touching wood when I say this because it was not a particularly expensive one. My washing machine is now going on over 6 years, nearly 7 years, and it gets used a lot. It's a real workhorse. So I don't know whether mine is kind of a bit old school, and whether some of the newer ones, I don't know whether it's because of trying to conserve water or things like that. Maybe they have changed the way they manufacture them, and maybe that's why there is this problem with the fabric softener. But look, let's see what happens. You keep using it over the weekend, doing what this guy has said. Let's see if that solves the problem. If it doesn't, and we'll also have a little look around and see if other people have had the same complaint about this particular machine, and we'll take it from there next week. How does that sound?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's great. Thank you.
All right, super. Listen, I'll talk to you next week, and Teresa, you'll have a nice, interesting weekend of washing.